Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open and I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare prescribed and or declarable conflicts of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Councillors, I would also like to acknowledge and welcome Council's new CEO, Kerry Freeman, who will be attending council meetings from time to time. Are there any apologies? Councillor Givney.
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillors Atwood and Dixon will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Adaman that Councillors Atwood and Councillor Dixon be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move the minutes of the 4,754th meeting held on Tuesday the 10th of December 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Adaman that the minutes of the 4,754th meeting of Council held on the 10th of December 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I would like to call on Ms Catherine Isaac, who will address the chamber today on early pregnancy loss. Please proceed, Ms Isaac. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. When you're ready, please start.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and a special thank you to Councillor Collier for her ongoing support and inviting me here to share about this sensitive issue. My name is Catherine Isaac and I'm the founder of Two Souls Co. Today I would like to shed light on a deeply personal and often overlooked issue, how women in our communities experience early pregnancy loss at home, highlighting the need for compassionate resources and accessible and clear information on what can be done with the baby's remains. When a woman experiences pregnancy loss between 5 to 13 weeks gestation, she may be sent home to deliver the baby with or without the assistance of medication. Following diagnosis of their loss, many women return home with little to no guidance on what to expect. They are often unprepared for the reality of passing their baby at home, which from my experience can be both physically distressing and emotionally traumatising. Historically, there have been no practical resources to help women collect and care for their baby's remains, and in this absence, they are left with no choice but to flush their baby's remains. This can be deeply traumatic, leaving many with lingering grief, regret, and a lack of closure. As a consequence of my experience delivering my baby at home, the Soul Collection Kit was curated to provide a compassionate, dignified option for families. It allows them to collect their baby's remains in a way that offers them the choice of how to honour their loss, provides closure and a sense of control when all else feels lost. A midwife recently shared that only because of the Soul Collection Kit does she now fully inform families about what to expect when delivering at home, highlighting a critical gap in existing support. Pregnancy loss is not just a physical event, it can have lasting psychological impacts. Research and lived experiences show that women who feel their loss was dismissed or not acknowledged often experience prolonged grief and distress. The ability to choose how to handle their baby's remains plays an important role in their emotional recovery. The Soul Collection Kit provides a tangible way to support women's mental health during this vulnerable time, aligning with the principles of the National Women's Health Strategy, which emphasises compassionate women-centred care. Once a woman has collected her baby's remains, the next challenge is figuring out what to do next, particularly regarding burial options. As there are no legal requirements for a loss prior to 20 weeks gestation, the Queensland Clinical Guidelines on Early Pregnancy Loss outline 3 options for managing remains, the last of which is burial on private property, provided there are no prohibiting local council requirements. This final point raised an important question: what are the local council requirements for burial on private property? In my own journey to seek answers, I reached out to Brisbane City Council, whereby no one could answer my question. I then contacted my local state member and, after a long wait, met with the Director of Clinical Excellence Queensland to clarify what information is or isn't available. It turns out that of the 77 councils in Queensland, some have regulations on private burials, others do not. This information is not uniform and incredibly difficult to find. If this was so difficult for me, imagine how impossible it is for a grieving family to navigate this alone. And this is why I'm here today. As the leaders of our city, in addition to asking for your assistance in raising awareness about the resources now available for health professionals and women experiencing loss, can we please work together to make information on burial regulations easily accessible for families in Brisbane? I'm working towards developing more resources for bereaved families and would appreciate any suggestions on raising funds to support this. Losing a baby is heartbreaking, and the way we support families through this experience can make a world of difference. I believe we have the opportunity and responsibility to provide women in our communities with compassionate guidance and dignified options, including the Soul Collection Kit. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I welcome discussions on how we can work together to improve support for bereaved families in Brisbane.
Thank you, Ms Isaac. And I would now like to call upon Councillor Howard to respond.
Thank you, Ms Isaac. Could I call you Catherine? Is that okay? Thank you. I met you very briefly outside, and I'd like to have further conversations with you. What you've done here today is extremely brave, and we are so appreciative that you can take the time and that you have done what you have done to raise this awareness, because I have to admit that I was very ignorant of a lot of what you've said today, and so that is why these sessions are so very important. I thank Councillor Collier for inviting you to attend and to brief all of the councillors who are members of the community and who will be able to assist, I'm sure, with some of the important messages that you have given us today. It is an absolute trauma situation, and I know that it is something that is like incredibly brave for you to do what you have done, and we really appreciate that you have put that effort. And I noticed that you also talk to health providers, which I think, again, a lot of times we go to our GPs looking for that advice, and often they don't have that sort of information. So I think it's an absolutely amazing thing that you're doing. I really appreciate, I've had a look at your website, so I know that there's some terribly valuable information there, and I really sort of want to say to you again, once again, thank you for coming in, thank you for sharing the information. We will definitely look at the situation that you raised about the local laws, and I will take the opportunity to meet with you after this meeting and with the relevant council officers to work out what we can do to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Ms Isaac, for coming in and speaking with us today. Just like to take a moment to acknowledge former councillor Matthew Burke in the gallery as well and welcome him to the chamber. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, after much anticipation and many years of work, the Brisbane Metro commenced permanent services last week from UQ to the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital. Can you please update the chamber on how Metro 2 is already keeping Brisbane moving?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Wolfe for the question. And it's great to have one of the founding fathers of Brisbane Metro up in the gallery to hear the answer for this question, because Brisbane Metro is here and the future of public transport in Brisbane has arrived. Last Tuesday, I was very proud to join the Lord Mayor and fellow councillors, local and national media, and of course many excited bus nuts as well for the commencement of M2. It was a very early start, 4 a.m, Madam Chair, but there was no shortage of enthusiasm for what is the biggest change and improvement to Brisbane's bus network in 25 years. Brisbane Metro has permanently arrived in Brisbane. The M2 now replaces Route 66, moving passengers between the RBWH and UQ. And what a launch it was, Madam Chair. The Lord Mayor did also announce that each of our new Metro vehicles would be named after something or someone iconic to Brisbane. Our very first Metro has been named after Sport Australian Hall of Famer, a three-time Broncos Club Player of the Year, Clive Churchill medalist and NRL legend, Darren Lockyer. The four-time Broncos grand final player joined us in the early hours of Tuesday morning, and dare I say, he is quite the fan, Madam Chair. Talking to the media, he said it was an honour to have the first Metro named after him, and that this project is reflective of the city's growth and will provide more access to public transport for residents. He even said that it would encourage him and his kids to use public transport. You cannot get a better endorsement than that, Madam Chair. Even if you aren't Darren Lockyer, you are right to be excited about the Brisbane Metro starting. These fully electric buses are now able to carry 170 passengers at once. The introduction of M2 services boosts capacity over and above Route 66 by up to 3.4 million seats a year. This figure will only continue to grow as we continue with the staged implementation of Brisbane Metro and Brisbane's new bus network. This start of Brisbane Metro would of course not be possible without the hugely successful trial on Route 169 in October 2024. Not only did this help us to prepare for the start of M2, but it also allowed us to showcase the achievement of 94% on-time running and a 4.3 out of 5 customer satisfaction rating. These are the most advanced buses in the world, Madam Chair, and we needed to ensure that they were ready for operation in our city's very specific climatic conditions. The 169 trial allowed us to identify opportunities to improve the bus and how we use it moving forward. Of course, Brisbane Metro is purpose-built for Brisbane, and bus rapid transit is the only way, as the Lord Mayor always says, to move our city from public transport to mass transit ahead of the 2032 Games. The newly launched M2 runs at 5-minute peak intervals, servicing 12 stops, 2 universities, 3 hospitals, the Cultural Centre and the CBD. But the M2 isn't the only new service introduced last Tuesday. We also had the staged implementation of Brisbane's new bus network. 9 new school routes introduced just in time for the start of the school year, and 17 routes that were improved following feedback from school communities. I know, Councillor Wolfe, your community is over the moon about these changes, particularly the introduction of the S716 for Indooroopilly residents. That's not the only change though, Madam Chair. The dual naming of City Hall/King George Square ahead of its permanent transition to City Hall Station also took effect on Tuesday. The renaming of King George Square Station to City Hall Station will make it a lot easier for visitors to our city to know where to go to get one of the metros in the busway. It also aligns City Hall Station with naming conventions of other Australian and international cities. But last Tuesday's launch, as we know, is just the beginning for Brisbane Metro. Metro will just keep getting better over the course of 2025. In the second quarter of this year, we'll move to stage 3. The M1 service will replace bus routes 111 and 160, running at 5-minute frequencies between 8 Mile Plains and Roma Street. Brisbane's new bus network will also be implemented alongside the M1 service. This is where we'll start to take buses out of the CBD, decongesting the CBD and leading to more reliable trips across the city. This stage of Metro includes 5 new bus routes, 4 new all-day services, 12 combined bus routes, 3 divided routes, and capacity for an additional 55,000 students to UQ, QUT and Griffith universities. It's also where we'll introduce 24-hour weekend travel. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, to the project team, Transport for Brisbane, and all our magnificent bus drivers for getting us to this milestone. Brisbane Metro will only continue to get better through 2025, and I very much
Councillor
look forward
Murphy,
to the opportunity.
your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on the 9th of December last year, you secretly approved Councillor Adams' travel to Japan for the 40th anniversary of the Kobe-Brisbane sister city relationship and for World Expo 2025 Osaka. Is Councillor Adams still going on this ratepayer-funded junket now she's a backbencher and likely exiting council for a cushy job?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Collier, it's so secret that you know all about it. It's a secret report which was released like about a week later, and this is where we see time and time again you cannot rely on what comes out of the mouth of this opposition. Now,
Councillors, just one moment, Lord Mayor. Just a reminder to all councillors on both sides to be silent while a councillor is on their feet. Lord Mayor.
Now, we're having an important milestone in the relationship with our sister city of Kobe this year. And this is something that
Lord Mayor, one moment, please. Councillor Johnston, I just finished asking councillors to please remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet. If you have a question, you'll get your turn. Lord Mayor.
This is something, the relationship with Kobe is something that I would imagine extends beyond politics. It extends beyond party boundaries, and it's something that we all support, and certainly those claims have been made in this very place in recent times. So given that, I think it is appropriate that our city is represented in this visit. Now, this visit will also involve a reciprocal visit from the City of Kobe to Brisbane during the year as well. And so the agreement has been made that we will be represented in Kobe and that Kobe will be represented in Brisbane with a visit. When this particular submission was approved, it was appropriate that the Deputy Mayor was attending. The Deputy Mayor at the time has since resigned, and Councillor Adams will not be attending that trip, I can confirm. I will be offering this opportunity to the new Deputy Mayor to step in and take that, and obviously, without preempting what's going to happen today, we obviously then have to have that discussion. But I think it's really important that our city is represented in Kobe to celebrate this milestone, and I would very much like to see the new Deputy Mayor attend to that visit.
Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Madam Chairman, my question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, can you please update the Chamber on how the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving with projects like the now completed first part of the Beams Road upgrade?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Toomey for his question and his keen and ongoing interest. Can I thank him for his support in this matter, but also thank you to you and your work in your community to be able to deliver the first stage of what is going to be a transformative project for that east-west corridor in that Castledine-Tygum area. So as you and I journeyed to the location, the day that the lights that would be turned on that replace the roundabout at Dorval and beams. That night, those lights were turned on. The roundabout, the final remnants of the roundabout were removed. The lights were switched on. That was a landmark moment for, of course, beams, what we among ourselves call beams 1A. I can assure this council that we've also gone to tender on beams 1B. We have had good interest in that, and we'll be preparing to engage a contract with a provider for the stage 1B very, very soon. Now, most councillors would know that Beams Road has long been one of our most congested corridors, and for a road that's effectively a straight road with relatively few entry points, it does have a surprisingly high number of collisions that require hospitalisations. The vast number of those are, of course, bumper to bumper from people stopping unexpectedly, oftentimes as a result of a person taking their chances on the roundabout we were discussing earlier. So now that roundabout has been removed, the road has been widened, the cyclists have their own dedicated space separate to the roadway, and it provides a safer and more efficient road use for all road users. Now, as councillors should recall, the first stage that we're discussing today is between Lacey Road and Belcara Avenue, Castledine. So Belcara, see, it's still hard. So for those of us who remember the Belcara years, still hard to spit it out. But of course, that's where the Castledine Clock Tower shops are, on Belcara Avenue. And of course, Lacey Road is a key north-south link from Beams Road up to, I want to say, Telegraph Road. So those two markers are key to this area. Now, at the Belcara point, that is where the council work will interlink with the state's open level crossing removal project. Credit to the state, that project is coming along very well, and I look forward to its completion. Now, the highlights of this particular project are many, and I think it's important to credit our team for being able to bring this project in. We had hoped to bring it in on December 19, but unseasonable rain in November and December meant that we turned the lights on rather on January 20th. But each and every day, 20,000 commuters use that corridor, and to be able to expand and remove bottlenecks poses a real opportunity for commuters to improve the access through that community. A lot of the work that we do often is what I would call radial work, but this is an important orbital link. So future stages will, of course, be considered at the conclusion of 1B. Now, as I said earlier, for a road that's effectively a straight east-west link, there was an unusually high level of collision. So on that point, between 2015 and September 23, there were 75 crashes recorded along the corridor. Of those, 42 collisions occurred at intersections, and the 33 were rear-end crashes, bumper to bumper, as I was saying before. So this project should significantly reduce the incidence of accidents like that. Can I recognise the more than 1,100 workers who contributed more than 40,000 hours of work to this project? It is a significant piece of work, and also one of the main features, and something that we often talk about in this place, is how underground services can significantly alter and extend the duration of a project, and also they can interfere, if they're wrongly placed, can provide a whole range of issues, whether they interfere with traffic or are expensive to access. But as part of this project, all of the underground services have been put together in a corridor outside the roadway, parallel south of the road. So whether that be communications, whether that be water, whether that be electricity, underground, in an accessible place. That means that when we need to upgrade those services, or other levels of government upgrade those services in the future, it will be cheaper, easier, and won't interfere with the use of the road.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, under your leadership, we've seen significant cuts to vital community services, including First Five Forever program, library services, and community development teams. Most recently, the Inclusive Brisbane Plan 2019 to 2029 has been scaled back By scaled back, what I mean is this plan is being ended forward, leaving the team severely reduced and without an active program or program officers. How are you going to ensure the quality of life for residents most impacted by your cuts, such as people with disabilities and seniors, will not be reduced?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to answer this question with a little bit of confusion because I'm not at all sure that what Councillor has said is accurate, but I will look into it and I will...
One moment,
I think I've got 5
Howard.
minutes to answer.
Councillors, I've already reminded you to remain quiet while councillors are on their feet speaking. So if you can show them that respect, Councillor Johnston.
So some of the things that Councillor Massey has just mentioned is something that there's changes within council all the time, but access and inclusion is the number one thing that the Schrinner Council is committed to. Access and inclusion has been the number one thing that previous administrations have been committed to. Without previous administrations' active work in this area, we would not have the city that we have now. And through you, Madam Chair, it's very difficult, Madam Chair, when there seems to be so much interruption. So through you, Madam Chair, the Access and Inclusion Program is a blueprint for us to deliver the services that are delivered each and every day through this council. I want to pay tribute to all of the council officers that...
One moment, Councillor Howard. Councillor Griffiths, you are showing unsuitable meeting conduct and I ask you to stop. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, through you, of course we have been making sensible savings right across the council. And those sensible savings have seen this council...
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, Councillor Howard. Point of order.
Thank you, Chair. The question was, how are you going to ensure the quality of life for residents impacted by your cuts, such as people with disabilities and seniors, will not be reduced?
Thank you, Councillor Massey. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Howard is attempting to answer the question while being interrupted and heckled. If you would like to hear the answer, it's probably best that you all remain quiet and listen. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, right now, there are a whole lot of seniors who are downstairs enjoying a free concert, the Lord Mayor's City Hall concerts that are held every Tuesday between February and November and attract a great number of seniors who absolutely enjoy all of the things that this council provides not only to seniors but to anybody who wishes to come into that concert. We also have free public transport for our seniors. These are things that the Schrinner Council has introduced, not those on the other side, not anyone that else is on that other side that is sort of interrupting and making sort of the assertion that we don't look after people with disabilities and seniors. That is just such a nonsense. This council is committed to access and inclusion. We are committed to our seniors. We are committed to making the city a better place. And I think through you, Madam Chairman, it would behove Councillor Massey that she take a look at the programs that are being delivered. And it's something that we are absolutely proud of the work that we do with people with disabilities and also with our seniors. We have just come through the end of the year where we've had many activities that are not only for our seniors but for our children in school holidays. We have activities that include everybody across the city, and I look forward to continuing to provide those services to all of the citizens of Brisbane.
Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, we have recently achieved another great milestone in our plan to keep Brisbane moving with the completion of the award-winning Kangaroo Point Bridge. Can you please update the Chamber on the great success of Brisbane's newest active transport connection?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Parry for the question. Well, all the way back on the 8th of April 2019, Adrian Schrinner was sworn in as the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, and the first commitment that he made was to build the Kangaroo Point Bridge. And I'm immensely proud that on the 15th of December last year, we delivered on that promise and we opened that bridge. It was a fantastic morning, a tremendous day. We had many councillors there to celebrate the official opening. We had the Deputy Premier, Jared Blay, the Federal Infrastructure Minister, Catherine King. We even had the new CEO, Kerry Freeman. It was a great moment because over the last few years, the residents of Brisbane have watched this bridge come together. First climbing out of the river at Pier 4 and then creeping out from the river's edges into the middle. And it is no ordinary bridge, Chair. Construction was incredibly complex. The 95-metre mast has officially made the bridge the tallest in the state, and it's so impressive that we needed the world's strongest tower crane to lift the mast in. It's also the only steel cable-stayed suspension bridge in Brisbane. This meant we had to bring in specialised international experts to install and stress the steel cables which bind the bridge deck to the main mast, all within 3 millimetres of accuracy. Of course, it wasn't the only precision that we needed. We faced a lot of adversity along the way. The 2022 floods, the Drift restaurant, having to take our people off that to remove it, the inflation crisis, the BPIC prices and conditions that we had to endure, the skills shortage, all of it made this project an incredible challenge for Brisbane City Council. But it is there, and it is an incredible feat of engineering, architecturally striking and an immediate icon for our city, I think we can all agree. And it's now built, Chair, but who built it? This administration, this council, this Lord Mayor. We are the ones who have delivered this piece of generational infrastructure for many years to come. This bridge not only changes Brisbane's skyline, but importantly, it is changing the way people move around our city. I know many people doubted it would. Many people on the other side of the room. And maybe they had reason to, because it's a connection that has been talked about since the 1800s. But now, for the first time in history, there is a direct link between Kangaroo Point and the CBD, a link that has cut the commute between the CBD and the eastern suburbs by 15 minutes. And combined with stage 3 of CityLink cycleway along Shaftesbury Avenue, soon we will have 4 kilometres of uninterrupted bikeway between West End and East Brisbane. And if you don't believe me, Chair, just look at the stats. The bridge has been open for just over 7 weeks. And you know in that time how many trips have been taken across this bridge in 7 weeks? 500,000 trips. On average, more than 10,000 people a day crossing the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Over 20,000 trips on opening day, more than 15,000 on New Year's Day. We knew the Brisbane residents would love Kangaroo Point Bridge, but what has happened is they are in lust with Kangaroo Point Bridge. We predicted in our initial modelling 6,000 trips a day. By 2036, we've almost doubled that, and we have doubled it 11 years early. But this bridge's story isn't over just yet. In fact, its story is still being written. We are eagerly awaiting the opening of the Stilts restaurant and the Riverside Cafe, Mulga Bills, the completely unique and extremely Brisbane dining options that will fund the ongoing maintenance of this bridge in perpetuity. I want to just finish up, Madam Chair, by thanking the teams that made this bridge possible. Our project partners, Connect Brisbane and Bessex Watpac, who've worked closely with us every step of the way. Special mention to council's Bridges for Brisbane team, and a number of people have come and gone from that team over the time, but I particularly want to call out the project manager, Jim Heffernan, Paul Fitzpatrick, Rebecca Slisarski, as well as Scott Stewart and Stephen Hammer. They have lived and breathed this project for several years, Chair, and its success is in no small part due to their commitment to this city. Thank you.
Expired. Further questions? Councillor Kim.
Is to the Lord Mayor. We recently learnt that Councillor Adams will no longer be your deputy. Did you fire her because of her choice of language, like calling a councillor a groin rub or telling another councillor to shut up? Or was it because of her out-of-touch ways, like lobster lunches and having a first-class hotel stay in Paris on ratepayers' money when she had no intention of being a councillor for much longer?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. I think you should be exercising more discretion when you read the questions given to you by the Leader of the Opposition, because that was below you, that question. That was beneath you. That was not the Councillor Kim that I know. The Councillor Kim that I know would not ask a question like that.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillors. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, the meeting's local law is very clear that the Lord Mayor cannot debate the question or the person asking the question, but he should answer the question. Councillor Kim was not in the question asked, and I'd ask you to ask the Lord Mayor to address the question.
Councillor, I do not uphold your point of order. The Lord Mayor, certain things were said in the question and the Lord Mayor is answering them. Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and you do not debate my answer. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Just pointing out that that's not the Councillor Kim that I know, and I actually, so far my experience of Councillor Kim has been that she's done a good job and been a reasonable councillor. That hasn't been my experience of other councillors on the opposite side. But look, if you want to go straight into the personal attacks against Councillor Adams, well then I will defend her to my dying breath, because she has been...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, I am speaking and you will stop speaking when I am speaking. And your behaviour is completely inappropriate for this chamber.
Point of order.
Thank you. I'm speaking, so just wait one moment, please. I do caution you, Councillor Cassidy, even though you have left the chamber, for your inappropriate conduct. And I suggest to all councillors to refrain from calling out while I am speaking and from speaking directly to other councillors in the chamber. You go through the chair. Lord Mayor. Sorry, one moment, Lord Mayor. Was there a point of order?
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it's clear who wrote the question now. The person who should have asked the question, who threw a hissy fit and stormed out, yet sent the most junior member of the team to ask his dirty, grubby, personal attack question.
Point of order.
So what
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
The Lord Mayor's attacks on Councillor Kim are inappropriate and unsuitable meeting conduct, Madam Chair, and I would ask you to direct him back to the question. Councillor Adams said all those things and she wasn't pulled up for doing anything wrong. So it's not appropriate the Lord Mayor attacks Councillor Kim for asking a question.
It is not for you. I'm not asking for a debate. I do not uphold your point of order. The Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, the claim that was made, or the question that was asked, is whether I fired Councillor Adams. Well, it's quite clear from all of the information that's been distributed, and there is nothing to the contrary, that Councillor Adams was an incredible team player who did not have to actually step down as Deputy Mayor, could have continued on in the role, had the support of her colleagues, yet chose to be an incredible team player. And I think the way in which Councillor Adams did this says everything about her character and what a fantastic Deputy Mayor she was, because she has chosen to give someone else a go when she could have stayed on easily and had the support of the team. Councillor Adams did a fantastic job as Deputy Mayor, and I'll be speaking more about that later. But to make that suggestion is just politics. It's attacking someone who has done a fantastic job in service of the city for almost 6 years as Deputy Mayor and 17 years as a councillor. And so it's disappointing, Madam Chair, that we've had this question. And I would simply say that I have so much respect for Councillor Adams. I have so much respect for the way in which she has supported this team and myself personally for so many years. And to throw these little barbs after she has resigned and done the right thing by our team, given someone else an opportunity to step up, is really, really quite shameful.
Further questions? Councillor Givney.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Councillor Givney. Councillor Kim, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify what the Lord Mayor means when he says the Councillor Kim that he knew. And I think I just want to clarify the reason why I asked this question is because the councillor that the Lord Mayor knows that was first elected last year is the same councillor who was the first Labor seat in 20 years, the same place where there was change because local ratepayers were sick of seeing their rates being wasted
Councillor,
by this LNP
you are
council.
not to debate.
The reason why I asked this question is because everybody's sick of it.
Councillor Kim, I am speaking.
It's been 8 months since we haven't received any kind of correspondence, especially for places like
Councillor Kim.
And we've tried to be cooperative, we've tried to ask you, but we haven't had any answers back.
Absolutely.
Councillor Kim, I've already spoken to several councillors about speaking while I am. So I warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, that failing to comply with this request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the Chair of Communities and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by supporting our vibrant ecosystems of community organisations and clubs. Can you please give an update? Can you please update the chamber on the projects that will now receive funding as part of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Gibney for the question. Since its introduction in 2021, the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants has provided almost $10 million to community organisations across Brisbane. In response to changing community needs and the pressures imposed by the pandemic, the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants was purposely designed to be open to a vast array of community organisations for a wide range of community projects. The Better Suburbs program has two categories that not-for-profit community organisations can apply for. The community facility category provides funding to improve and develop council community leased facilities. With funding available up to $200,000 per successful applicant, the community facility category includes funding for both the planning and design and construction phases for projects. In the current economic climate, we recognise that it's difficult for organisations to invest in themselves. We on this side of the chamber recognise and value our community organisations, which is exactly why the Shrinner Council is lending a hand. Our community organisations are the heart of our suburbs, where residents choose to spend their leisure time, and their community impact is immeasurable, which is exactly why we're investing in programs like the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. These grants program has already provided over 370 community organisations across Brisbane with funding and support to improve facilities and organisational operations. Just last week, we announced the latest round of the recipients, which included 24 community organisations that will share in more than $2.3 million worth of funding as part of the community facility category to fund a range of different projects to support the important work that our community organisations do. And I know that through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Givney was very excited to see funding awarded to Bayside United Sports and Recreation Club to upgrade their sports field lighting at Don Randall Oval. In Councillor Cunningham's ward, Care Kits for Kids received funding to install a new shed with ambulance toilet amenities to support community outreach at Bill Hewitt Reserve in Camp Hill. And I think every councillor in this chamber is aware of the amazing work that Care Kits for Kids do, so it's wonderful that we're able to provide this grant to help them establish a new facility to support their work. Councillor Johnson must also be pleased to see the funding awarded to Graceville Croquet Club to enhance and maintain their club building, and Sherwood Community Kindergarten, which received funding to replace the windows and louvers in the classroom to maximise cross breeze, enhance air quality that will help save on energy costs. Warehouse Cricket also received a grant to help them plan and design new community change room facilities, and I think that Councillor Parry will be very happy with that. And I know, Madam Chair, that you were especially pleased to hear that Jabiru Community Youth and Children's Services Association received a grant to refurbish their facility, including the ceiling, kitchen and outdoor roofing. I know you have been a strong advocate for work that they do, and we're proud to deliver this funding for them so that they can continue to support the young children and families of Bracken Ridge. Community clubs are an integral part of our suburbs, and so it's great to see them utilising the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. The success of programs like the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants demonstrates just how grateful our community clubs are that the Coalition of Chaos wasn't elected last year. The Coalition of Chaos has no plans for our community clubs. Can anyone guess how many election commitments those opposite had for our community groups and sporting clubs? Silence. They made no commitment to help our local clubs or to provide them with any additional funding support. And I suppose that's why we're here. We promised to support our community.
One moment, please, Councillor Howard.
Claimed to be misrepresented by Councillor Howard.
You haven't spoken during the meeting yet, Councillor Griffiths.
I've been misrepresented by what she's saying.
I don't uphold that. Please take your seat.
Are the rules changing?
Thank you. Yes, they're the same as they've always been. They haven't changed. They haven't changed. They've been like this a long time.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
You are inconsistent with enforcing this rule.
No, Councillor Griffiths. I'll read it for you, Councillor Griffiths, but you might want to read it again yourself later. A councillor may, with the permission of the chair, make a personal explanation in relation to some material part of a councillor's former speech made during the course of the current meeting. If you believe you have been misrepresented, but yeah, former speech, yeah, that's the key part. Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The Labor Greens Coalition of Chaos's priority was to cut the multi-award winning...
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. Councillors.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
We were just saying that rule gets interpreted in different ways during meetings.
Sure.
So sometimes you haven't spoken,
but if someone makes... it is if it is in your former speech, and that is how it stands. I don't uphold your point of order. Please resume your seat, Councillor Griffiths. I'd like some consistency with that with the LNP when they do that. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. It's your time you're wasting, councillors, but I've asked you to be quiet. And you do not get to ask multiple points of order of the same point of order just because you do not like the answer, Councillor Griffiths.
It's not because I don't like the answer, I don't understand how you're interpreting it.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. It's not for debate either. I do not uphold your point of order. Do not ask it again. Please be seated. Councillor Griffiths, I can't be clearer.
Is it only during this meeting that applies, or does it in any council meeting? That's what I'm asking for, clarity.
Councillor Griffiths, I'm going to say it again. It is during the course of this meeting in which you have not spoken. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Labor Greens coalition of chaos's priority was to cut the multi-award winning Brisbane Metro project, to take away your weekly rubbish collection and to block new housing developments in the middle of a housing crisis.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. One more. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, now that you are so closely connected to the state government with your friend David Crisafulli as Premier, how much funding have you secured for new additional bus routes across the suburbs of Brisbane to tackle Brisbane's congestion crisis since the new Premier was elected?
Lord Mayor.
Well, that's a great question because we were very successful in getting a commitment from the previous government for an additional $75 million in funding for services in Brisbane and a commitment to starting the new bus network, including the extra services that would include. And the wonderful thing is, thanks to our strong relationship with the new Premier and his government, we were able to get them to match that commitment. And so the answer is 75 million because what? Oh, it's just 75 million. It's just, you know, like just 75 million. Wow, okay. Just 75 million, according to Councillor Cassidy.
That's their value of money.
We also have started developing a great relationship with the new Transport Minister as well, and he's really determined to work with us to achieve some wonderful things going forward, not just for 1 year, but into the future. We know that this new government has the aspiration to be a generational government, and I believe they can do that if they make the wise decisions that I think they will. If they manage the government in the calm and rational way, which I know David Crisafulli has about him, they will do well. And we're looking forward to continuing to work with them to roll out the biggest boost to bus services in decades. And that will come when the Metro Line 1 starts operating, which we know will be in the middle of the year. That will see the biggest change to bus services. And to suggest that somehow that was the former government, well, the new government matched that commitment and they retain that increased level of support and commitment to the Brisbane bus network, and we are grateful for that. And we acknowledge that, you know, there's a lot of regional MPs in the government. But despite that, they know the importance of Brisbane, they know the importance of public transport in Brisbane, and they're backing us, and they're backing the improvements that we want to make to the bus network as part of the new bus network in the middle of the year. They've backed Brisbane Metro, and already we've had it's been a breath of fresh air to deal with a government that wasn't trying to say one thing in public and then stymie us constantly behind the scenes. Because we saw that time and time again, particularly with Minister Bailey, or former Minister Bailey, literally did everything possible to hold up, delay Metro, to add extra cost to Metro, to make everything as hard as possible. But one thing he underestimated is our persistence and determination to deliver this project. And so we We delivered, we persisted, and it was also a wonderful day when Minister Bailey had to stand up with me and do a press conference that day when we approved Metro. When he approved Metro, it was a wonderful day and shows that persistence pays off. But isn't it nice, Councillor Murphy, to have a government that actually wants to get things done and not play politics? And that's what we have. And I know that's what we'll continue to have.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That now ends question time, councillors. We'll now move, Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held during the summer recess 2025 on matters usually considered by the committee. Sorry, I've read the wrong thing, sorry. Madam Chair, under section 11(2)(a) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I'd like to alter the agenda of the meeting so that item 6, considered in the E&C report of the 3rd of February 2025, be brought forward for debate at this time. And I'll seek your advice on whether I needed to move that other one first or this one first.
That's fine. You can do that. It doesn't have to be seconded. Lord Mayor has requested that item 6, consideration of the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 3rd of February 2025, be brought forward for debate. We will now debate item 6, the Establishment and Coordination report of the 3rd of February 2025. Lord Mayor.
Okay. So I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 3rd of February 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by, Councillor Cunningham. What's his voice? I'm nearly ready. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. That the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 3rd of February 2025 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go on to the item, as I usually do, I wanted to mention a few things. First of all, welcome to our new CEO, Professor Kerry Freeman. It's wonderful to have you here. I know that whether you're here in person or not, you'll always be listening. So far, since you started on the 16th of December, there's been such wonderful feedback from around the organisation about your leadership and the way that you're settling into the job. And I've enjoyed working with you so far, and I know that we're going to be able to achieve a lot of things together. I know quite clearly that you've got a passion for this job, and the council officers see that, us as councillors have seen that. And so welcome officially, and really look forward to continue to work with you. Okay, as you were coming to City Hall today, you may have noticed that the flags were at half-mast. And the reason for that is that today is the funeral for the Honourable John Moore AO. John served the people of Brisbane in the Federal Parliament, representing the seat of Ryan for 26 years between 1975 and 2001. During his time in Parliament, John served in a number of ministerial roles, both for the Fraser and Howard governments, including Minister for Business and Consumer Affairs, Minister for Industry, Science and Tourism, and also Minister for Defence. John's time in Parliament coincided with a period of unprecedented change for Brisbane, and at the time of his election, the seat of Ryan straddled both sides of the river, including parts of what is now the seat of Moreton, including Oxley, Darra and Corinda, for example. The seat is characterised by, or was characterised by, not only residential but also light industry and even agriculture. After his retirement, John remained an active member of the Brisbane community and was appointed as an officer of the Order of Australia for service to the community through the Australian Parliament, also to the development of strategic industry policy and both policy and management reform in the defence sector. John sadly passed away on the 22nd of January this year at the age of 88. On behalf of Council, I would like to extend our condolences to Mr Moore's family and friends. Last night, our assets, including the Kangaroo Point Bridge, were lit up in red, blue and pink to celebrate the BrisAsia Festival, which has been running since late January through the period of early February. Brisbane will come to life with more than 25 different activities over 10 spectacular days of performance, art and live music. Tonight, our assets will be lit up in rainbow to support World Cancer Day. This initiative is organised by Cure Cancer Australia Foundation and aims to raise funds and support for groundbreaking cancer research with the potential to save millions of lives. I just wanted to also particularly pay tribute to the wonderful council officers who continued to work over the break. Obviously, many continued to work in that downtime, particularly in those essential roles. And I know Kerry was one of them, and Kerry also took the opportunity to get out and visit a number of the staff that were working during that period of time. But what happened in recent times is sadly all too regular and common in Brisbane over summer, and that is we had what some people are calling a micro or a mini tornado or a mini cyclone through some of the eastern suburbs of Brisbane, and that included areas like Camp Hill, Carina and Carina Heights. I got the tail end of it in Carindale, but thankfully not a lot of major damage in Carindale, but certainly significant damage in places like Carina Heights. And the force of the wind was incredible. There wasn't a particularly lot of rain. It was mainly these gusts of wind that, given that the ground was wet after significant rain over the period, knocked over or snapped a whole lot of trees. And so we had a situation where our teams were out on the ground. This storm happened in the lead up to a weekend, and I know the teams were out over the weekend making sure they assess the damage, respond to resident and councillor requests for a support, and then get on with the clean-up job. Some of these trees that came down were gigantic gum trees. So this is not, this is not your average street tree we're talking about. Huge gum trees, which in itself, the type of tree that one tree would fill up an entire council truck, or potentially even more than one council truck. So thank you to everyone that was involved over keeping the city running over the Christmas and New Year break. And thank you in particular to the crews that were out responding to that storm in the eastern suburbs that we had just recently. I just wanted to mention that our fellow Olympic and Paralympic city, Los Angeles, was obviously struck by those devastating fires over the break as well. And being this the first council meeting back, I just wanted to send our best wishes on behalf of the people of Brisbane. We've watched as the devastation has unfolded, and the incredible scenes and devastation and destruction that we saw. Obviously, it's something that in Australia we are familiar with bushfires, but that was something quite extraordinary. And the impact on urban areas in particular was like something that most of us have never seen before. And so we just wanted to let the people of Los Angeles know that our hearts and minds and thoughts and prayers are with them as they recover from those devastating fires, and particularly to the Mayor of Los Angeles and the team at the City of Los Angeles. We're with you, and if there's anything we can do to support you in the recovery, then certainly we can have a look at that. When it comes to supporting in the recovery, I can confirm that there are 24 SES, Brisbane SES volunteers who have gone up north to support the flood response and recovery in North Queensland with the flooding and storms that they've had up there. We are really fortunate to have such a wonderful SES group here in Brisbane. And it is a very large group. There are many SES groups around the state that are very much struggling, but the Brisbane group is large, it's well resourced and supported, and that means that when there's natural disasters or events elsewhere, we can send support like we are now. And so thank you to those SES volunteers once again, that they are absolute angels, the angels in orange that come to provide support, and they do that as volunteers in their own time, and so we are grateful for their support. Today, I confirmed that we would be rolling out a review of our clearways across the roads of Brisbane. This is something that we've seen successfully rolled out in Sydney, and learning from the Sydney experience, I believe, and my team believes, that we would benefit from here in Brisbane. And so today we've announced the Brisbane Clearway Action Plan, and that is to review and expand the operation of clearways across Brisbane on major corridors. Now, we know that the nature of road construction, and in fact any kind of construction, is that road upgrades are getting more and more expensive. I remember when an intersection upgrade might cost, a couple of $1 million to roll out. Now it's tens of millions of dollars for a cheap one and hundreds of millions of dollars for an expensive one. A road widening project is obviously expensive as well, and there's certainly a place for that in certain locations, but there's also a place for the lower cost projects like this that can get a great outcome when it comes to traffic flow for minimal cost and save the ratepayers of money significant funding when it comes to improving the operation of the network. Now, we know as Brisbane has grown that the traffic patterns in our city have changed over time. We've seen examples of where the peak was previously 2 hours long, is now 3 hours or more long. We've seen examples of where Saturday morning traffic is just as bad as weekday traffic, if not worse. And so it's very much the time to review our clearways, to roll out further clearways, and to do so with the support of the community and based on their feedback as well. So today on Outs, we'll be asking for residents' feedback on clearways in their area, how they operate, and are there changes that they would suggest or recommend. We'll be having a look right across the city at traffic patterns and volumes and rolling out a progressive review of all our clearways. Where this has been done successfully in Sydney, they've achieved some incredible results and improvements in traffic flow. And as we know, if there's a 4-lane road, 2 lanes in each direction, with cars parked on either side, it becomes a 2-lane road. It halves the capacity of the road. It also leads to potentially dangerous weaving in and out of traffic, merging. And it also holds up buses as well, in particular, who rely on that outside lane. So this is something we'll be kicking off progressively reviewing across the city. We'll be starting with Waterworks Road and Musgrave Road in Councillor Toomey's area, and then progressively rolling out to other parts of the city. Madam Chair, I wanted to touch on the item 6, which is the appointment of the Deputy Mayor and changes to the Council Standing Committee. This item proposes our new Deputy Mayor become Councillor Fiona Cunningham and also gives effect to proposed changes to Council Standing Committees. At the first, I want to acknowledge the incredible, loyal and amazing service of our former Deputy Mayor, Councillor Krista Adams. So, Krista, as I said before, is an incredible team player, an incredible hard worker, and has been involved at the senior level in the running of this city for the last 17 years. And Councillor Adams, over the break, reflected on what the future might hold for her. And, when you know, you know. When you know, you know. And, when you often have a little bit of time to reflect on life, and that often happens over the Christmas and New Year period. I remember Councillor Cook had such a reflection a little while ago when she was here. But what Councillor Adams did, the next thing she did was actually, as I said, a sign of her character and the fact that she's a true team player, because she could have quite easily had a reflection on her future and then kept that to herself. There's no reason why she can't be Deputy Mayor for several years longer. But she thought of the team. And she got in touch with me and said, I've decided not to recontest the next election. And as a result, I'd like to step down as Deputy Mayor and give someone else a go. That is very rare in politics. More often than not, people hold on to positions as long as they possibly can, and sometimes too long. And Krista showed that incredible strength of character, and the fact that she's all about the team and supporting this team, supporting her colleagues.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Givney. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now, for the avoidance of any doubt, the very first question I asked Councillor Adams when she called me, when she came over, was to say, is there anything I can do to get you to stay? And she smiled and she said, I knew you'd ask that question. No, there's not. And so while it sunk in, I contemplated what next, but ultimately, Krista, you've been fantastic. You've served in a whole range of different cabinet roles. As I said, you've been at the senior level in this administration under 3 Lord Mayors now, and working closely across so many sections of council. The residents in Holland Park Ward have great respect for her and continue to re-elect her. And Krista continues, even after 17 years, to love P&C meetings. Absolutely love P&C meetings, love going to community events. It was an absolute pleasure working with you, Krista. Thank you for everything you've done for this team, for myself, for Brisbane. And I know a big part of that as well is the example that she was set by her mother, Gail Ciccone, who was also a councillor in the Brisbane City Council, in fact, councillor for Holland Park Ward. So there's service in the blood, there's community in the blood, there's Brisbane City Council in the blood, and thank you, Councillor Adams, for everything you've done. Well, democracy is a wonderful thing, and we had the opportunity as a team to select our nomination for a new Deputy Mayor, and our team very strongly supported Councillor Cunningham to step up and do that role. Councillor Cunningham is also someone that I've worked very closely with, and someone that has worked very closely with the team. In particular, let's be honest, during probably some of the most challenging financial times that we have seen. The aftermath of a pandemic, a devastating and costly flood, and then a global inflation crisis at a time when we were building more infrastructure than ever before. Now, Councillor Cunningham worked closely with myself and the finance team in council to guide and navigate through this incredibly difficult time. And as a result of her leadership, we've seen balanced budgets in a time when so many other people couldn't balance their budgets. We've seen sensible savings made that are always controversial, but were done in a calm, transparent, rational way, being upfront with the community about the challenge, the task at hand, and the fact that we needed to save money. That's something that takes courage, and Councillor Cunningham has courage in spades. But also, Councillor Cunningham has heart. I think one of the true tests of Councillor Cunningham, other than the budget, was when we saw the tragedy now almost 5 years ago with Hannah Clark and her beautiful children. The tragedy that we all know that happened at that time. And Councillor Cunningham, being the local councillor, just stepped in. There's no rule book on what to do in a situation like that, but she stepped in, she showed heart and empathy and care and supported her community, supported the Clark family, and rose to the occasion at a time when her community and the Clark family needed her. And she's also continued. It wasn't just, an immediate response. She's continued to support the community and the Clark family with her involvement in Small Steps for Hannah as well. And so to have a finance chair with heart, that's the holy grail. And so Councillor Cunningham has both of those things in spade, and I know she will be a fantastic deputy mayor. She also is, like we've seen many of the councillors in this place now, a young working mum. And you know, when you walk through the corridors and have a look at the old photos, it's obvious that council has changed a lot over the years, and Councillor Cunningham is indicative of the change that has happened, and is a positive change. And so we're very proud to have Councillor Cunningham as the new Deputy Mayor, obviously subject to the vote that happens today. I can tell you how we're voting. I also just did want to touch on the changes to the number of committees and the Civic Cabinet positions that have flagged. And so Councillor Adams had responsibility for economic development, the Olympics and nighttime economy, the Olympics and the Paralympics, obviously. And as a result of Councillor Adams stepping down as Deputy Mayor and from Cabinet, I've made the decision to return to the normal number of committees. And so what will happen is we're proposing to put the powers of the committee formerly chaired by Councillor Adams, or chaired until today by Councillor Adams, into the Neighbourhood Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, with the exception of the Olympic and Paralympic responsibility, which will come to Civic Cabinet and myself. And so as a team, we'll monitor and guide Council's response and involvement in the Olympic preparations and Paralympic preparations. And so that is what's being proposed. And the submission here also makes a change to the committee membership as well. Councillor Toomey is currently serving on 3 committees, and I think he's the only one that's serving on 3 committees in our team. Oh, also Councillor Huang. Most people are serving on 2, and so we're going to give you 2, Councillor Toomey, and Councillor Adams will replace you on that committee. So thank you again to Councillor Adams. Thank you and congratulations in advance to Councillor Cunningham, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item before us today, and Lord Mayor left something out. We want to know what the vote was. Yeah. We want to know the vote split between Councillor Murphy and Councillor Cunningham. It's interesting, just an interesting little fact. We heard it was very close, as close as one vote. Maybe it wasn't that close. Maybe not as close as the vote between Councillor Schrinner and Councillor Maddock back in the day. Yes. I think it was only a couple in that. But just they're interesting things to know. And the Lord Mayor talked about democracy in action in the LNP party room. So I wonder whether Councillor Murphy will let us know what he got to. It really was a 2-horse race, of course. In the end, it was between Councillor Murphy and Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Howard was a bit of a roughie that was inserted in there, I think, just by the media, but not by Councillor Howard herself. She was obviously not a serious candidate for the position of Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Hutton inserted herself into the race, of course, but no one else seemed to notice that she was in the race. So it eventually came down to Councillor Murphy and Councillor Cunningham to be Brisbane's new Deputy Mayor. And we know why Councillor Murphy ultimately missed out, because first of all, of course, he was such a strong backer of Brock Alexander, the Lord Mayor's representative in Deagon Ward, who's now facing child exploitation charges. So pretty damning indictment. But I suspect for the LNP, a more serious indictment on Councillor Murphy was that he committed the cardinal sin. The cardinal sin for the LNP is that he admitted fault and apologised for the Metro stuff-up. You think about that. He's the only LNP councillor to have ever admitted fault for anything and for apologising for something. The LNP way, of course, is to deny, block and deflect, and Councillor Murphy broke protocol when he admitted fault. I am absolutely sure there is no risk with Councillor Cunningham breaking that cardinal sin, because I've never seen anything from Councillor Cunningham other than to deny, block and blame others. So it is a very big day in the chamber. We get a new Deputy Mayor, of course. brand new Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fiona Cunningham. And I think it is incumbent on all of us as councillors and the people of Brisbane to reflect on the service of Councillor Adams as Deputy Mayor and also know who their new Deputy Mayor is in terms of her service to the council chamber. As the Finance Chair, of course, Councillor Cunningham has raised rates to their highest levels on record, up to 7.5% for some suburbs in this last financial year. She increased the debit and credit card surcharges for transactions for people paying their rates by 50%, stung small businesses with a 667% increase to outdoor dining fees, took out a $100 million loan just to keep the lights on here in Brisbane City Council while approving more than $360,000 for fancy overseas travel for a couple of her colleagues. She's made, of course, we know, council staff work unpaid overtime and even cut back on tea and coffee and biscuits for seniors at their book clubs in suburban libraries. This is who Brisbane's new Deputy Mayor is in terms of service to the people of Brisbane and her work as a councillor. We're also saying farewell, of course, to the former Deputy, Councillor Adams, who's been relegated to the back bench. And I guess that means, I don't know, I wrote this down, but I think, perhaps it means she'll have less opportunities for name-calling and abuse of other councillors, but perhaps she'll be set free and do even more of that, we're not sure. It's no surprise that the LNP and their backroom machinations determined that Councillor Adams wasn't the person for the job for the long run. After the year she had travelling to Paris, of course, on the ratepayers' dollar, staying in the top-notch hotel over there when plenty of other OCOG members stayed in much cheaper digs over in Paris. Lost almost, you forget some of these things, but lost almost $500,000 of ratepayers' money as the finance chair through the invoice fraud debacle, 300 grand spent on office renovations for her own office. I remember when Councillor Adams justified cuts to the grass cutting schedule, of course, due to wet weather, but then had contractors do them anyway and destroy Brisbane parks. The LNP regime here has been in power for 21 years, a very long time, and I guess the history of both of those two councillors makes that very clear. And I do agree with the Lord Mayor on this point that Brisbane is in the state that it's in now. The suburbs of Brisbane are in the state that they are in now because Councillor Adams was intimately involved in the decision-making process for the last 17 years of this regime. You think about the portfolios that Councillor Adams has overseen, whether it be transport, we are now the most congested city in Australia, 10th most congested in the world. Planning, we are now in the midst of a housing crisis. Finance, council is now broke and the residents of Brisbane are paying the highest level of rates that they have ever paid on record. A born-to-rule attitude with little care or concern for the people of Brisbane who live out in the burbs. The LNP have absolutely lost sight of the basics, and this is apparently the cream of the crop. The other thing to note today is, of course, the abolishment of the Economic Development Nighttime Economy in Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. This item today, at least it sort of proves a point, I guess, that we made a few years ago, that the committee was not in fact needed in the first place. And this is now the admission of the Lord Mayor himself, that he really doesn't need a chair of council, a civic cabinet chair, that is responsible for the delivery of the Olympics. He can just do that work himself. I do feel for the Lord Mayor. I understand this will be a difficult time for him because he's become so accustomed to part-time work. He's going to have to start doing a bit more of the Olympics delivery work now, apparently. But obviously that committee has been a waste of money, and that's the Lord Mayor's own admission. We could have seen, with the money that has been spent on establishing and maintaining that committee to ostensibly plan for and deliver the Olympics, we could have seen the Brighton Bulldogs female change facilities fast-tracked, backflow devices fitted years ago down on the foreshore and seeing pedestrian safety upgrades on Brighton Road. All of those things. We could have had all of those things delivered and with money spent on that in what has been spent on establishing and maintaining a committee that today the Lord Mayor admitted he never needed in the first place. The Lord Mayor has basically described it as a useless committee today in this item. We know that at the time, Councillor Schrinner couldn't get his deputy on OCOG, couldn't pull that deal off. So because of a broader LNP factional deal that had to get Redlands Mayor Karen Williams appointed onto OCOG, who then crashed her car in a drink driving incident, had to be removed from OCOG, of course. And so the consolation prize at the time was that Councillor Adams was given a special Olympics committee because she wasn't part of the planning and delivery of the Olympics itself. So the Lord Mayor said he had to set up a special consolation prize, but he did claim that at the time it was essential for the delivery of the Games. Well, abolishing it today really does confirm what everybody thought. It was in fact not needed, and the fact that it was costing the ratepayers of Brisbane $250,000 a year to be in place, as we've now discovered, for no reason at all, and that's according to the Lord Mayor, not to me. That's what this item confirms today. And one of the things that we're going to see as well, of course, as the Lord Mayor's outlined, is the redistribution of committee responsibilities from that. Of course, the Lord Mayor is going to do the work that he should have been doing as a host city mayor all along in taking responsibility for the delivery of the Olympics. Of course, economic development goes and nighttime economy goes over to the City Planning Committee. So I say to Councillor Allen, I'm very excited about that. Perhaps we should have a field trip out to the Valley at midnight on our first, maybe next Friday night, and check out how the nighttime economy rolls. I think that's probably some important work because I know the kind of places and spaces that the former chair of that committee would operate in weren't really, what most normal ordinary Brisbane people enjoyed, the caviar and the lobster lunches and things like that. Champagne lunches doesn't really cover off what is the modern Brisbane nighttime economy. So, Councillor Allen, I look forward to working with you in that committee in checking out Brisbane's nighttime economy. I certainly feel way too old to be in the Valley at my age, so I think together we could have one hell of an experience in there, but I think it is important. I think it is important to do that work, and I put that out there in a genuine offer to work with you to understand all aspects of Brisbane and its nighttime economy as well. But again, of course, we're going to be supporting this item today. We, coming full circle, we are the ones that in fact nominated Councillor Cunningham for the position of Deputy Mayor. So I'm glad that there's lots of things the LNP played catch up on. We proposed a Kangaroo Point Bridge. They finally went and built it. We delivered City Cats and they finally come on board with them many years later. We proposed Councillor Cunningham and they've finally come on board with that now. And of course we support the savings made in abolishing the unneeded committee.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support this motion, the appointment of Fiona Cunningham as Deputy Mayor, and I thought that was actually a very good contribution from Councillor Cassidy for a change. Not as nasty as he normally is. He's toned it down today, but I will say this. I have never met a councillor who has not got over their own election. You beat Brock Alexander, Councillor Cassidy. You beat him. I know he got only 27.9% of the vote, which is, in fact, actually, not as high as some of the Labor councillors got, not as low as some of the Labor councillors against us got, and he was a convicted fraudster. So, I don't know what that says about you, Councillor Cassidy. Nothing good, I'm sure, but I did think that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, on this, I have known Councillor Cunningham for a very long time. In fact, when I was in this role as a candidate, Councillor Cunningham was instrumental in giving me guidance a long, long, long time ago about what to do. That was a very long time ago. But I tell you what, she, has worked in media and politics and a number of other things. But the most impressive part of Councillor Cunningham that the Lord Mayor alluded to was how she swung into action on the 19th of February 2020. That incident with Hannah Clark that happened, it blew Brisbane away. People were stopping in the streets in shopping centres openly weeping, crying, embracing each other. There has been not a day since then that has affected people in this city in that way, and I hope there will never be a day like that. But a brand new councillor, barely feet under the desk, not acting under instructions or advice, but acting instinctually, swung into action, got behind Lloyd and Sue and helped them do the impossible, grieve Hannah in the way that she deserved to be grieved, and her children, Aaliyah, Lanaya and Trey. That was one of the most horrific days the eastern suburbs has ever witnessed, and I don't know that the eastern suburbs ever would have been able to heal if not for the logistical support that Councillor Cunningham provided to that family in their darkest hour, because they simply could not do the things that she could do as a councillor. And I think the strength of that relationship and the enduring friendship that she has with Lloyd and Sue is emblematic of the kind of councillor that Councillor Cunningham is, and the kind of deputy mayor that she will be. She has a tremendous temperament. She has a calmness and a consideration that will do her well in this role. But most importantly, the Lord Mayor mentioned this, she has compassion. She has compassion for those around her, and I just know that she will be great for Brisbane. So I commend this item, and I hope everybody votes for it, as Councillor Cassidy once put forwards.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
It's just gone on to one. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, and first thing I'd like to say is I note the Lord Mayor's approach to this issue reflects this administration to a T. It's not about the City of Brisbane or the ratepayers of Brisbane, it's about the team. He's changed the whole council motion agenda today to bring this motion forward rather than debating the issues of the city, including significant storm damage from the past 2 months. And that says everything you need to know about this Lord Mayor. It's all about retaining power, supporting the LNP and propping up the LNP in the City of Brisbane. And no one has done that better than Councillor Krista Adams. And there are a few things that I think just need to be on the record about her. Firstly, if she was going to do the right thing by the City of Brisbane 9 months after an election, perhaps that reflection should have happened last year at the election rather than at this point. But that's her decision. But what I do want to note about her service to the city, it's included numerous portfolio responsibilities, pretty much all of them botched, and thank you for the highlights, Councillor Cassidy. Certainly, the finance chair role did not last that long at all. But I want to just note a few things that you forgot to mention. Firstly, Councillor Adams' abuse of residents. We can only remember so well the way in which she attacked the residents, and Councillor Cunningham was there. We've all seen those images. She's botched projects, she's botched the finances of the city. No other councillor is more well-travelled on overseas junkets than Councillor Krista Adams. And I think her first one, I remember it well, was to look at the fairy lights in Japan. So it's interesting, and that's a decade ago or more. So no one has cost this city more in expensive, useless trips overseas, like last year's $30,000 junket to Paris, and that is this legacy that Councillor Adams is leaving for our city. Let's cut library services. Her colleague Fiona Cunningham is doing that, while Krista goes on a lovely overseas trip. Sorry, Councillor Adams. But more than that, we've seen the truly offensive behaviour in the chamber here, and last year it did reach, I think, a crisis point, particularly with comments about Councillor Cassidy. The language has been inappropriate completely. So I don't think this is altruistic by the Lord Mayor. I think it is high time that Councillor Adams stepped down, and I think clearly she was struggling last year with the deputy mayoralty, because the Lord Mayor's never here. He'll be gone in about an hour, and that's the end of that. But finally, I just want to mention Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham hasn't been here for all that long. She's been here heading on towards 6 years. And she was a staffer before that. But the things that I know about what's going on with the LNP, Councillor Cunningham has been mentored by the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, over this whole period of time. She and Councillor Adams have been like the Bobbsey twins out there together, and not for the better of either of their wards, you know, if the results are anything to show. But I don't think it is okay, and the thing I remember certainly about Councillor Cunningham is her attack on Councillor Cara Cook, who was pregnant with her third child, and when Councillor Cook asked for meetings, be able to participate in meetings to be live streamed, Councillor Cunningham said no. So this is the compassionate person that the Lord Mayor tells us about. She says to another pregnant councillor with her third child, no, we're not going to have Zoom meetings that you can participate in just to make it a bit easier for you. And Cara was the leader of the opposition at that point as well. So they're the things that I remember. They're not the signs of somebody who is truly committed to looking after their colleagues, being compassionate, and certainly, no doubt the person who has coined the ridiculous, outrageous and offensive term sensible savings, who has been responsible for the botched budget for the last 4 years, that person is now the Deputy Mayor of this city and has been promoted. It should send
Councillor
shivers
Johnston,
through
your
everyone's
time
spine in
has
Brisbane.
expired. Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's with great pleasure that I stand up to support this E&C item for my good friend Councillor Fiona Cunningham to take over the role as Deputy Mayor. I would love to spend this time actually correcting the record, because there were so many furphies that just came out of the mouths of those on the other side, but it's not even worth the time. They were so false, they were so incorrect that I just can't even be bothered. Goodness help us if any of them got in charge of finance if they can't even read a report to find out how much travel cost, because they can't even read that. However, regardless of what they say, I am extremely proud of the time that I've had in this chamber. I loved every minute of being Deputy Mayor, and can I say thank you to my team for having that trust in me. It is very humbling, as I know that the Lord Mayor knows and that Councillor Cunningham will know now, to be picked by your peers to lead the team that we have. We have the best, and with the greatest respect, Councillor Burke, the best team and the strongest team we've ever had in this place, and I can say that wholeheartedly after 17 years. And the fact that those on the other side actually think that being a team and supporting your colleagues is something to be frowned upon, well, that just sums up that coalition of chaos. Councillor Cook couldn't get out of here fast enough. She didn't even last one term. God almighty, she said, get me out. Well, good luck with that when Ross Faster makes sure she stays out as well. But I do want to take this time to thank everybody I've worked with, and Deputy Mayor in particular, my fantastic EA that I've had with me, Rosemarie, since 2012. She is amazing. Could not have done it without her, to say the least. I've had fantastic PLOs. They know who they are. I am so proud of some of the biggest achievements. The APCS, which has gone from strength to strength and is probably going to hit it out of the park at the the end of this year. The NRL Magic Round with Beta, that was a big call for the city, and I think that will be a game changer, and is one of the reasons we can show we can do events like the Olympics as well. The Brisbane Business Hub, which came out of course, the Flood Recovery Task Force, and of course, my personal favourite, 2 Mud Armies. Hey, Councillor Marks. That's PTSD, really. There is so much more that I have to say. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I am so happy to be able to hand over the baton, as so few politicians get to choose their own time. As I was told by a very senior member of the former Bligh government, it's lovely to be able to choose to leave when they're asking you to stay and not stay when they're asking you to leave. And boy, are we asking that side to leave. Congratulations, Councillor Cunningham. You're thoroughly deserved. I look forward to supporting you over the coming years.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor. No further speakers. We'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering what's happened to the meeting. Why is it not proceeding?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, for your contribution. I do not uphold your point of order. And Councillor Cunningham, I can now call you Deputy Mayor, which I nearly did before, so my apologies. I had to stop myself. We would now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations. Lord Mayor.
Do I need to move this one? Yep, okay. Madam Chair, I move the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting during the summer recess 2024-25 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
Second.
Seconded.
It's changed on here, so yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the summer recess 2024-25 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Point of order.
Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
Could I ask that all of these items be taken seriatim for debate and voting, please?
Noted. So, Lord Mayor, can you please item A.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I seek the following further information with respect to item B, contracts and tendering. In contract 1, it is an item that says empowering Brisbane's aquatic centres, package 2. Could the Lord Mayor please provide a list of the pools receiving the packages and the amount for each of the pools?
Thank you. Now, we will move to item A, please. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, item A is the tailored amendment to Brisbane City Plan, particularly relating to car parking, the Inner City Affordability Initiative. Now, this has come on and this has been put forward because we are in a housing crisis and we have a severe shortage of housing, not only in Brisbane, not only in South East Queensland, but right across Australia. All of our large cities are experiencing a housing shortage. And if you see internationally as well, it's definitely something that many cities are experiencing post-pandemic. And so it requires an out-of-the-ordinary response. It requires us to look at things that we might not otherwise look at because we need to desperately ensure that more houses are brought on sooner. We need to have all levels of government doing what they can. Now, in the overall market of housing in Australia, councils play a role, but primarily it's the private sector that does the heavy lifting when it comes to providing housing. And we know that well over 90% of all housing is provided by the private sector. And what we're seeing at the moment is that council has been very diligent in approving more supply. And so the council officers are assessing applications, they're approving applications. And since 2019, there's been approaching 60,000 new homes approved by Brisbane City Council. But there's been around half of that number built. And so the issue is not whether council's approving supply. The issue is not approvals. The issue is construction and feasibility. The issue is the financial feasibility of these projects. And so you've got a situation where only around half of the approvals are actually getting built at the moment. And what we've heard repeatedly from not only the construction companies, but also industry representation groups and experts, is that a big part of this is that while property values have increased significantly, construction costs have increased by the same amount, if not more. And so you're seeing that construction and feasibility is stymieing projects. It just doesn't stack up. And so we need to look at ways that we can bring down the construction costs of housing projects. Now, in Brisbane, we don't have a large amount of greenfield supply available. And we've made the deliberate decision that new housing will be infill in inner city areas, well located in those higher density areas close to facilities and infrastructure. And so while other councils are seeing large amounts of greenfield growth where bushland is bulldozed and houses are built, in Brisbane we rely on new apartments, particularly in those inner city well-located areas, to house new residents. And so this has to work for our city because we are not about to see bushland bulldozed. We are not about to change our approach to protecting our green spaces and ensuring that we have a livable city. And so we need higher density proposals to stack up. If they don't, then we will continue to have a serious shortage of housing in Brisbane. And one of the key feasibility issues that we've heard when it comes to the construction of inner city apartment buildings is the cost of providing parking. Now, when you think about it, if you're in a large apartment building, often there has to be many, many levels excavated into the earth or the hard rock below a building, digging down a basement at great cost. That is expensive, that is costly to deliver, and ultimately the residents purchasing the apartments pay those costs. And so if it's costing more to provide parking, then it's costing the residents more who build those apartments. And in some cases, it's just making projects not feasible, so no apartments are built. We've heard the feedback that easily every car parking space in a high-rise apartment building will cost at least $100,000 to deliver. Sometimes it's more. Sometimes it's considerably more. Now, in acknowledgement that these are inner city areas that have good access to transport, facilities, services, shops, workplaces, it logically follows that there is less need than other places to rely on a car. If you are in the outer suburbs or if you are in one of the surrounding council areas with very limited public transport, particularly in some of those parts of Logan and Ipswich that are growing rapidly, you have to rely on a car in many of those places. Whereas there is the choice in inner Brisbane to take public transport, to walk, to scoot, to cycle. And that choice is something that we have seen being taken up by residents in those inner city areas already. Now, there's going to be a lot of speculation about what this change will do. People have come up with theories already about what it will cause and what it will do, but we actually know what it will do because it's been in place in the Brisbane CBD for more than 20 years. These changes have been in place in the CBD. Now, according to the last census, there were around 13,000 people living in the Brisbane CBD. And we know that something like 86% of all of those residents in the Brisbane CBD either had no car or just one car. There's no other suburb like that anywhere. There are some suburbs that come close, and they're primarily the inner city suburbs that we're talking about today. So people have voted with their feet. They have chosen to live in a car-light situation. Now, they can choose to have a car, sure, but they certainly don't need a second car, and most households only have one car or no car in the Brisbane CBD. And in fact, less than 10% of residents in the Brisbane CBD have two cars. Less than 10%. So this idea that every apartment needs two cars, car parking spaces, it's just not borne out by 20 years of experience in the Brisbane CBD. And in those areas that we're proposing to expand this initiative to, many of them have growing numbers of households with either no car or one car. And so this is one of those choices you make to live in the inner city. You know that if you buy an apartment in an inner city area, you cannot expect to have an on-street car parking space out the front of your building when there's 200 people living in your building and 5 spaces on the road. So you make the choice, is this apartment going to meet my needs for getting around? And you also know that if your apartment in one building has 2 car parking spaces, it is going to cost more than an apartment in that same building with 1 car parking space or no car parking spaces. That is logic. And so we've seen people making that choice. They change their travel behaviour. They adapt to living in an inner city environment with good public transport and access. And it works. It's worked in the Brisbane CBD, and it will work in these inner city areas. The other thing to note is for anyone that suggests that, well, how can you guarantee that this will make homes more affordable? Well, I can guarantee you this. If we are forcing people to buy car parking spaces that they do not need, and we're forcing developers to build car parking spaces that people do not need, the cost of housing will continue to go up. I can guarantee that. And I can guarantee also that it will make many projects unfeasible and they simply won't happen. And so let's flip it around. These are things I can guarantee. People pay more when an apartment has more car parking spaces. That is a fact. And it's also a fact that the requirements for car parking spaces have in the past made many projects unfeasible. And so we want to change that today. We've had the support of the previous Labor state government, and it'd be great to get the support of all councillors in this chamber.
Further speakers on item A, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, Clause A, the tailored amendment to Brisbane City Plan, the affordability initiative. As we said back in, I think October or September, October last year when this was introduced, consultation was in October, we want to support items and reform that reduces the cost of housing. There's different ways of doing that, of course, and this one is aimed at reducing the cost of construction of housing while maintaining a decent lifestyle for the people of Brisbane. We have been demanding solutions from the Lord Mayor to address the housing crisis, and we, as I said, supported the proposal to go out to consultation and wanted assurances as well that the expanded area of what is known as the city core will tick all of those boxes, will help deliver more housing with supply making housing more affordable and protecting the lifestyle that people enjoy in those inner city areas or inner city, what's been an inner city fringe up until now. Obviously, it's no secret to any councillor in here that we are in the midst of a housing crisis, and we have seen, unfortunately, a go-slow approach from the LNP in addressing that here at a council level. And we know that this proposal as well is a business as usual planning scheme change, except that it's gone through a tailored amendment process that the state government initiated, the previous state government initiated to fast-track things. But the advice we received this morning from council planners was that this change is, in fact, not about immediate change and immediate delivery of housing. It is a slow and methodical approach that will take some years to come to fruition. Over maybe in the next couple of years we see some approvals and some construction. Maybe in the next 5 years we see some changes to the likes of the LGIP to include infrastructure planning for increased population growth in these areas. This is not an immediate silver bullet response. This is a business as usual response, but as I said, one that we have indicated our support for because it is a start and the changes are slow, but we do know and we do accept that the provision of car parking spaces in new developments can add to the cost of housing. It's obviously different for an inner city development with basement parking or podium parking compared to the parking required at unit developments in low medium density residential areas, though they do add cost but add less cost to housing. But either way, we have to be confident that these changes will lead to increased supply to ensure that prices reduce, both in terms of a purchase price for someone looking to own and occupy one of them, but more predominantly provide increased supply in rental properties, which will drive down the cost of rent here in Brisbane. We've seen over the last couple of years, I'm sure we all know people in our lives that are renting themselves, have seen exponential growth in the price of rents that have far and away outstripped any increase in wages, which leads to an erosion of Brisbane's lifestyle, leads to an erosion of the lifestyle that people enjoy here in Brisbane. So we have approached this as an opposition and as a Labor team here in making sure that it ticks all of those boxes to actually get a decent outcome. We do share some concerns that planning experts have with who really does get the benefit of the reduction in car parking spaces. There has to be a mechanism, as I said 6 months ago, there has to be a mechanism that ensures that savings made during construction are actually passed on to the people seeking a home rather than just developers banking profits that may generate as the construction crisis itself eases. We want to track this, and we will obviously track this as best we can in seeking information and getting data out of council and out of the industry. But there should be a mechanism that council itself, in making these changes, and the Lord Mayor is putting his stamp on this policy, he should also be saying to the development industry, to the property council, to the UDIA, to big developers, saying to them, we're going to work with you in delivering this, but we're going to track your progress in seeing these developments realised, which are far cheaper for you to build, and make sure they actually deliver an outcome in terms of affordable housing, because that is the approach that we take. Housing is and should always be a human right. It shouldn't just be treated as a commodity for investors, cashed-up investors, to be able to make massive profits out of. What we need to do as a council is set a policy that makes sure that we can deliver housing for people. So we do know we have some concerns. We have some concerns that the LNP's links to developers run deep. We know that. We know that the state LNP government are desperate to get developer donations running back into LNP coffers. So we want to ensure that reform that happens here in Brisbane City Council is driven by a genuine desire to make housing more affordable and more accessible, not driven by corporate developer interests. We know that every other planning change, we know that this is no different to every other planning scheme change we've seen initiated this term, or actually even longer than that, over the last 2 years, has been at the request of the development industry. We know that's been the case with the TLPI in Kurilpa. We know that's been the case in terms of infrastructure charge discounts, and we know this is the case with car parking ratio changes. They have been requested by the development industry. Now, that's fair enough. It's fair enough for them to do it, and to make the case that, you know, some of these developments are unconstructable in the current environment because of the costs associated with delivering them. They can't, economically, they don't stack up. Therefore, they might be approved, but they're not delivering them. I mean, the other important fact to remember too is that pre-approved developments, this won't apply to them, of course. No. This is for new developments, and we know they're going to have to go through a change process as well. So we'll just reiterate that point. This policy needs to deliver housing. It needs to be tracked. We need to be able to prove in the long run that this actually had an outcome of, one, delivering more housing, and two, making it more affordable for more people. We also, you know, you wonder, this is such a major change for a lot of people who live now, what will now pass as the city core. The community consultation was run for whatever it was, the statutory period, under a month, and the amount of advertising that apparently was done. You'd think a contentious issue like this might have had more than 87 submissions. I'm not sure everyone that lives in this area understands what changes are actually happening. I mean, we've sort of moved beyond that now, of course. There's nothing we can do to change that. But I sort of think that with all the fiddling we've seen with the city plan in terms of parking ratios from the LNP over the last few years, there may be some confusion about what all this matters. I remember when they banned townhouses and now saying we obviously need more density. LNP increased car parking ratios a few years ago, but now saying we need to decrease the ratios as well. I remember Councillor Allen was there. I think he was. This is going back a few years now. I have a long memory when it comes to planning scheme changes. I've been here 10 years, almost, and I remember a civic cabinet in the suburbs meeting, which Councillor Allen attended as a candidate. We don't have them anymore. They don't exist anymore. And the Lord Mayor, in response to questions from the community members there, saying that they wanted to see increased car parking ratios in suburban unit developments. The then Lord Mayor, Graham Quirk, said absolutely not, because that will drive up the cost of construction of those units and townhouses in suburban areas, and they don't want to see any supply slip. So under the LNP, they wouldn't increase the car parking ratios. Of course, his successor, the current Lord Mayor, did change that, and now we're seeing other changes made as well. And these are all in response to other decisions that have been made in isolation by this LNP regime on their own along the way, without any sort of real overarching view of what these mean. We have had an absence of a housing policy for so long here in Brisbane. We've got the city plan, sure, we've got these other strategies that sit alongside it, but we don't actually have a comprehensive housing plan which should inform, in the long term, the changes that should be made, long-term projections, in a holistic way. These are all being done in isolation, which is one of the major problems we have with this. So what we need to see, of course, is a vastly improved approach to public and active transport in these suburbs. They might have more, but they still don't have enough to make sure that people can make that decision to ditch their cars. And make the decision to not have a car at all, potentially, or to reduce their cars by half. We need to make sure...
Sorry, go on.
We need to make sure that that infrastructure is increased in those suburbs.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Move for an extension.
Second.
Moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. So in conclusion, we want to make sure that these changes are progressing today, that, as I raised this morning in the committee, that future infrastructure planning actually goes hand in glove with these changes, that we see changes made to the LGIP and the LTIP ahead of time to ensure that there are public and active transport investments in these areas as these areas creep out. You know, the city core now goes all the way to Albion and Bowen Hills and out to the right along the edge of East Brisbane now, out to Annerley, those areas as well, which very much were seen, you know, not that long ago, a generation ago, as suburban Brisbane. So we're seeing these changes occur in increasing population, and we agree with the Lord Mayor on a broad brush statement about going up, not out. It's how you deliver that, and the infrastructure that goes alongside that is critical. We know, unfortunately, that the LNP Council here and the LNP State Government have an unfunded commitment to growing transport services. We heard from the Lord Mayor earlier that the $75 million that was committed is just for 1 year in increasing services, and then beyond that, there needs to be a negotiation around that. Let's hope that doesn't get canned straight away, just like, what was that rail line they were building up to the Sunny Coast? How long did that last?
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Yeah, like a couple of months. We hope that the commitment to rolling out more routes in the suburbs of Brisbane doesn't go the way of the dodo as well. There must be a balance in that. And residents living in, you know, further outer suburbs than these live there, make that choice for various reasons. Some of them is price point and cost. Some of them is lifestyle as well. They don't choose to live in an inner city apartment in a high rise. They like to enjoy the outer suburbs as well. We need to make sure those areas are protected. We do not, would not and will not support seeing these changes rolled out to suburban areas. We, in fact, at the time the LNP said they wouldn't increase car parking ratios, subsequently did. Another one of our ideas they took. Out in the suburbs of Brisbane, we would certainly not support the rollback of that, as well as this creeps out into the suburbs. This needs to be a policy that ensures that does not happen, and again we reiterate our desire to see some proper tracking of this data available to councillors, to the industry and to the people of Brisbane to ensure that this is actually a success and it isn't, you know, smoke and mirrors being introduced here by the Lord Mayor, and that's the good faith in which we are supporting it today.
Point of order.
Councillor Givney.
Chair, I move that the council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Any further debate on item A? Yep. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the changes to the city frame car parking arrangements. And I'll just start by saying I'm not going to be supporting this item, and that is for a number of reasons. Firstly, I don't believe for 1 minute at all that there will be a decrease in costs and an increase in supply by developers with respect to the provision of new units in the city frame area. What the Lord Mayor is engaging in here is done time after time after time, is to engage in a form of developer subsidies or developer welfare. Now, the biggest problem with what is proposed here is the ratios themselves. So I'm certainly not opposed to looking at what is the right ratio, reducing the number of car parks, but in some cases there are going to be unit blocks built now without any car parks whatsoever, and possibly maybe 1 or 2 for larger apartments. But the biggest problem we have is the problem with the LNP's parking regulated areas. So in tandem with the changes to policy that the LNP is proposing here, The LNP also a few years ago changed the ability to get a parking permit in your area where you have a new build after 2017. So any new apartments that are being built that don't have car parking space, now those people will not be able to even park on the street. Now, in some of these places, parking on the street is critically important. Highgate Hill, Red Hill, parts of Hurston and Woolloongabba, they're very residential. So I think there is a real problem with the way in which the LNP are going about this, and I certainly don't believe that their intent is something that will actually happen. I don't think there is any single person in Brisbane that thinks units are going to become at least $100,000 or more, according to the Lord Mayor, or a lot more, according to the Lord Mayor, cheaper, because that's what the Lord Mayor's told everybody here today, that his administration is making units cheaper. What he's actually doing is putting more money back into the pockets of developers. He is depriving residents who may have a vehicle of somewhere safe to park their car, either on their own property that they own or on the street in the neighbourhood in which they live. And that is the outcome of this. Now, yes, there is a whole buyer beware approach to this, that if you're buying in these places, you should be aware that you won't have a car park, or you might might not be able to park on the street. But that information is not communicated clearly to new residents, certainly not communicated to tenants, and a lot of people are going to find themselves disadvantaged by this policy decision. So I don't think the LNP has got the mix right. I think that a lot of people are going to find out the hard way that they've got a car and they're going to have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars a year to park it in a commercial car park somewhere. And that is problematic in that, again, it's a form of developer and, business subsidies. Who is the person in the chamber? Dead set, that can't be happening. Mr. Chair? Yeah, but they're not allowed to just wander around the chamber and hand things to people.
Sorry?
So, Mr. Chairman, the LNP staff member just walked straight into the chamber and gave Councillor Wines a piece of paper. Just walked straight in. Hello, wake up.
Yeah, well, he's allowing since it's been a practice, and
it's not practice.
Yeah.
Practice is that he has a spot in the corner. He's not supposed to wander around the chamber. Doesn't matter. Said what I was saying.
He's been approved to come in by the chair of council. So
I'm sorry,
I didn't see him wander in. Look, he can come through different entrances. So yeah, please continue with your speech.
Just to be clear, staff members can walk right into the chamber and right up to a councillor to hand them papers. Is that your ruling, Mr. Chair? Just to be clear.
The staffer has been allowed into the chamber by the chair, and that's my ruling.
No,
please continue with your speech.
My question, Mr. Deputy Chair, is it your ruling that staff members can walk right into the chamber and up to councillors to hand them papers? Is that your ruling?
Yes, the staffer has been approved to enter the chamber. So
that's, again, I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Deputy Chairman, I'll say it slower.
Thank you, your time has expired.
Mr. Chair, Deputy Chair, are staffers allowed to walk right into the chamber, right up to councillors and hand them papers?
I've explained. The staffer has been approved to enter the chamber, and your time has expired.
Deputy, point of order, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Mr. Deputy Chairman, I don't know if you're being deliberately obtuse about this, but my question to you are staff members allowed to walk right into the chamber, right up to councillors and hand them papers?
In the absence of the standing rules, it's up to a chair to decide. So I've approved to do that. So please be seated. Your time has expired. Any further debate? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause A, the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 and the so-called Inner City Affordability Initiative. This is a good step towards reducing car-centric urban planning in Brisbane. In fact, it's the closest thing to congestion busting that we've seen from this administration in many years. If we step back in time for just a moment to 2019, we'll recall that both the LNP and Labor supported an amendment to the city plan that increased minimum parking ratios in new developments. The Greens knew then, as we know now, that the solution to congested streets is mandating private vehicle ownership. It's investing in public transport and active transport. Congratulations, Lord Mayor, for adopting the essence of Greens policy. It's unfortunate it took Brisbane ranking 10th worst in the world on congestion and on a housing crisis for you to come around. The reduction in private vehicle use in our highest density areas, such as Milton, is welcome. But we have serious concern about the transparency and honesty of this council administration. In attachment C, council responds to concerns about public transport accessibility. They claim that the council is committed to more buses for suburbs, expansion of the City Cat, and free services like the City Bus Loop. How could this council administration possibly say this with a straight face when just 2 months ago they cut 40% of ferry services to Milton? Can someone explain to my community how cutting one of the 3 public transport modes in Milton supports council's commitment to expanding public transport? I'm very much looking forward to Councillor Murphy's attempt to explain this in his response to my letter, which has so far taken 56 days to write. How strong is this council's so-called commitment to more buses and free bus loops when they cut the free 86 Cooroopla South Brisbane bus loop just last week? It's also worth noting that residents' concerns about active transport are not addressed in council's response to the consultation. Within the city frame and city core, there are spots like Crib Street in Milton and Lang Parade in Auchenflower that are too dangerous for pedestrians to cross. This council has denied all requests for safer crossings at these sites. And for cyclists, as soon as they leave the Bicentennial Bikeway, there's serious lack of separated bike lanes. To not even acknowledge these issues is disgraceful, but unsurprising. After all, this is the same Lord Mayor that calls vital pedestrian safety infrastructure, like pedestrian crossings, a downgrade. The most concerning part of this proposed amendment is the utterly misleading title of Housing Affordability Initiative. This is an affordability initiative for rich developers. Sure, it's cheaper to build, but just like the LNP's costly and ineffective infrastructure charges discounts, how will council ensure these savings are passed on to desperate buyers? What stops developers continuing to trickle supply, keep prices soaring and pocket the cost savings? If this Lord Mayor was serious about housing affordability, he would work with the state government to establish a mandatory inclusionary zoning for more public and community housing. If he was serious, he would introduce a vacancy levy to stop developers land banking and make them get on with actually selling homes. Big developers have artificially restricted housing supply. Until this administration shows true leadership and takes them on, housing will remain unaffordable for Brisbane residents.
Further speakers. Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Clause A, the Inner City Affordability Initiative. First, I'd like to say basically that any time we change the plan, the city plan, in regards to anything, there are consequences, intended or otherwise. I think the majority of what I want to speak about are intended consequences, because any person looking at what is going to come out of this change, right, is going to see a number of consequences. And we are going to vote in favor of this clause, because it's actually going to increase stock, or we believe it's going to increase stock. But the arguments that the Lord Mayor put during his time speaking on this clause, he said that it was probably going to, and I take Councillor Johnson when she said it so well, that it's going to save up to 100,000 or more per unit. Now, we know that is not true. There is no way a developer is going to give money away. It's going to go out to the market, and the market will pay what the market pays, right? There'll be no caps. There's no way we can force a developer to do that legally. I don't think there's any way we can currently under the legislation, Queensland government legislation, that we can force a developer to sell at a reduced price because they didn't have to build a car park or another car park for that unit. But we also have to consider that really for 100 years almost now, this city has been a car city, right? Because honestly, that's the way it was designed, you know, or that's what came out of the design of the original city and its roads, right? You can't get from point A to point B in Brisbane very well with public transport. It would be nice if we could, if we invested, right? It would be fantastic if we could go from the city here to, say, I don't know, Indooroopilly, right? Pretty direct, without taking 45 or 50 minutes, right? It would be good if we could do that, but we can't. So a lot of people don't take public transport because it takes either too long or it's too inconvenient, and that's their decision, right? And we can build metros, and we can do all that to try to reduce congestion and all the rest of it, and to speed things up. But we're stuck with cars, and until they invent a flying car, which they actually probably have, but we got to park those somewhere too. But anyways, getting back to the consequences, all the units that we're building in the city, whether it be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 3 bedroom, of course, the 2 and 3 bedrooms, of course, deny the fact that there's going to be adults in these units, and they're all going to want to have a car to be able to get out, not just to work, although maybe they can walk to work, maybe they can take public transport to work, but those times that you're not working, right, when you're out visiting friends on the north side of Brisbane or the south side of Brisbane, you need transport to get there, a convenient mode of transport to get there that's not too costly, and then you're going to need to be able to park that somewhere. And by cutting back on a number of car parks, of course, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom, a couple of teenagers, right? And why shouldn't they live in the city? Why should they be denied living in the city with those same things available to them in the suburbs, like a place to park your car? Why should they be denied that?
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Councillor Strunk, take a question.
Would
I just didn't know whether you said for or against this, because the leader was for and he seems against.
Sorry, please, Councillor Strunk, would you care to take a question?
Yes.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk, from a humble backbencher. I was just checking, are you for or against this item? Because your leader said clearly supporting it. You don't sound like you are.
As I said at the beginning of my time, we are going to be voting for this because we need the increased amount of stock available because of the housing shortage, right? But every decision has consequences, and that's what I was outlining, just to put on the record for the former deputy mayor. But just finishing off, this.
Councillor Strong, your time has expired. Any further debate? Yep. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2024 inner city affordability. For years, The Greens in Brisbane City Council have been advocating for a reduction in car parking requirements. This is directly connected to our call for increased infrastructure deliveries from private developers to enable the funding of essential infrastructure that our growing communities need, like parks, public transport, ferry terminals, safe bike and scooter lanes, and so much more. This funding, if implemented, would vastly improve our communities' quality of life, making them more viable, sustainable, and accessible for all. It's important to note, just a few years ago, the policy to increase car parking requirements outside of the city frame and core was implemented. And this policy highlights two things that are priorities for the LNP administration. First, car-centric, prioritising more car parks, billions of dollars on road widening projects, and favouring drivers over pedestrians, bike riders, public transport users. This is evident from the limited traffic calming measures, lack of separated bike lanes, and focus on reducing car waiting times rather than improving wait times for everyone else. These LNP policies have negatively impacted our communities, leading to more traffic congestion and fewer safe transport options for public transport users, pedestrians, scooter and bike riders. Secondly, the LNP administration has a history of handing out benefits to developers. Whether through cutting infrastructure charges, rewarding them with hyperdensity zoning like the Karilpa TLPI, it's worrying that this move is being applauded by property and development groups. With this amendment, we are seeing the continuation of that cosy relationship because there are no guarantees in short, medium, or even in the long term that any savings private developers make will be passed on to renters or new home owners. None whatsoever. Moreover, in the worst housing crisis in Australia's history since the Great Depression, we do know that this amendment implemented today will not deliver any immediate short-term respite for renters, rough sleepers, or homeowners with mortgages. For the Gabba ward, obviously the most contending areas for this expansion are West End and Kangaroo Point. Over the last decade, increased density in these suburbs has created a significant gap in public transport and infrastructure. These suburbs are poorly connected to train lines and aren't adequately serviced by ferries or buses. Yes, West End has good rapid transport services like the 60 and the 199, but we still don't have the long-promised Victoria Street ferry terminal, and the buses are under pressure from the large density increases. Despite being a peninsula, Kangaroo Point still doesn't have a city cat stop or a reliable high-frequency bus service. Residents are rightly concerned that there is not enough public transport to accommodate the car parking reduction. It is clear in the submissions that this was a concern. And what is laughable is the fact that the recently discontinued 86 Karilpa Loop, the service, South Brisbane, is actually being used in Council's response to these concerns. Is this administration for real? Is this some kind of sick joke? Can they not see the irony of using a bus that just got cancelled to assure residents that there is already enough public transport? Either way, we as a council need to be prioritising equitable transport solutions and infrastructure that supports community, not further enabling car-centric policies and handing out benefits to developers without any parameters to ensure that affordable housing is actually delivered. Through you, Chair, I would love to invite the Lord Mayor, who earlier stated that they are looking at different housing policies. Lord Mayor Schrinner, I would be stoked to talk to you about a vacancy levy. The Greens will support this motion, and we will continue to fight for public transport infrastructure deliveries, housing policies and solutions that would immediately ease the burden for residents today, not far, far in the future without any guarantees.
Any further debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise today to speak on this item made, the tailored amendment to Brisbane City Plan 2014 Inner City Affordability Initiative for car parking. And look, importantly, the fact that it's a tailored amendment means we're going to do this quickly. This is going to go down to the state and we will get this implemented as quickly as we possibly can. And what I wanted to advise the chamber, if it wasn't clear in the Lord Mayor's speech, is that we're not changing the ratios, we're changing the boundaries of the city core and the city frame. So this is all about acknowledging that our city has changed and grown in the last 20 years. That's how long it's been since this was last reviewed. So it's very much about reflecting the growth in the city. The city also has had significant investment in public and active transport over those 2 decades, and we want to acknowledge that and leverage that investment, which is really important. In 2023, we introduced the Housing Supply Action Plan, which focuses on fast-tracking the delivery of new homes, and this is part of that process. And obviously, we've looked at other initiatives to drive housing supply, including infrastructure charge discounts, and certainly from our perspective, we're acknowledging the fact that car parking, and particularly in the inner city areas of the city, are a challenge, and that they do impact directly on the costings. And what's happening at the moment is we're approving housing at an incredible rate and well in advance of what the South East Queensland Regional Plan wants, but they're not getting built. And so what we've got to do is try and lean into the process, and we believe this particular incentive will actually help us to bring down the cost of construction, and this will lead to more affordable purchasing prices and more affordable rent in due course. So despite what the opposition has said, and I'm glad to hear that the opposition and the Greens are going to support this motion, the reality is this will reduce costs and ultimately lead to a better outcome for those people seeking homes. And, you know, we've certainly worked with the industry bodies, and we're well aware of the challenges that are facing that industry. There's no secret to the fact that houses are not being built. And we've got to lean into that challenge, and certainly, you know, those on the other side of the chamber will bring up all sorts of reasons why we shouldn't do that. But at the end of the day, this is about providing desperately needed housing. We have a very strong belief that this will in fact lead to improved outcomes, that we will in fact drive down the cost of construction, which will bring more of those projects to fruition. So the Leader of the Opposition did raise the fact that he was concerned about how we track the impact or track the impact on affordability. The reality is this will be to a very significant
Point of order,
extent.
Chair.
Point of order.
Would Councillor Allen take a question?
No, not at the moment.
I thought...
Please continue, Councillor Allen. Yeah.
So this is all about, you know, obviously recognising that, you know, there are market forces at play here. There are market forces that impact construction costs and feasibilities. There are market forces that are going to impact the amount that a buyer's prepared to pay. But ultimately, people have an opportunity to consider where they want to live, consider what sort of an apartment they want, do they want a car park or not. Now, importantly, we have history in this city. Back in 2015 and 2016, we had a situation where we had what people believed were too many apartments in this city. So we have a history where we have been able to create initiatives that bring about housing. So we do believe that this will drive supply and that the market will respond and deliver that supply where it's feasible. Now, in terms of the community consultation, that took place between the 8th of October and the 5th of November. We had 90-odd submissions, of which I think 87 were properly made. They have all been assessed, and we have amended the consultation boundaries in order to get the boundaries we have before us today. And this is very much about driving the outcomes we want to see in the city. To some of the other points that were raised today, there was so much raised, a lot of it was totally irrelevant to the argument. Yeah, we could have a whole session on unpacking that, but ultimately this is about providing housing in our city. We're confident that it will do that, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Any further debate? No further debate. Right of reply, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Just briefly, thank you to those councillors who contributed. Thank you to those councillors who said they would support this initiative. It's kind of like when someone, you've had an argument with someone and then they've said they're sorry, but then they say, but. It's like, I'm sorry, but it was really your fault. They're not sorry. And so we've heard that they're going to support it, but all of the reasons why they're really not that supportive of it. My favourite part of the discussion was, there was questions raised about whether we can guarantee that this will bring down the cost of housing. And as I said before, the only guarantee we have is that if you add extra costs onto housing, they'll be passed on to the buyers. And we've heard today that the Greens councillors want us to introduce a new tax to housing, the vacancy levy, as though that suddenly wouldn't be passed on to buyers. Like, it is extraordinary stuff here. They're talking about bring down the cost of housing or bring on more supply, yet they want to introduce a new tax. You cannot tax your way out of the housing crisis. And so this is about bringing down the cost pressures together with infrastructure charges, incentives, but it's also only targeted to areas very close to the city. This is not about reducing car parking ratios in Forest Lake or Callum Vale. It's about areas that have good access to facilities and transport. And it's also quite extraordinary to hear the Greens councillor arguing that West End doesn't have good public transport.
Lord Mayor, there's a point of order.
Will the Lord Mayor take a question?
No. So.
No? Jeez.
Lord Mayor, please continue.
0 for 2.
It's interesting to hear the Greens councillors arguing that West End doesn't have good public transport. People in the rest of Brisbane would argue otherwise. And it's also interesting that Councillor Massey has supported a service which had very poor patronage and was only designed to be introduced during the metro construction period. And so, look, I would simply say we've been very clear. The intent of this is to relieve cost pressures on the construction of new housing, particularly in those inner city, high density areas where we need people to live close to facilities. This is fundamentally an anti-sprawl approach, and it is an approach that sees the costs relieved, the cost pressures relieved, and not just in a minor way. If you're bringing down infrastructure charges, at the moment you've got infrastructure charges of in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 per apartment, and you provide a discount on that. Yes, it is a measurable discount, but the reduction in car parking requirements can have a much more significant financial impact on relieving cost pressures, because we're talking about, as I said, at least $100,000 per car parking space that it costs the builder to build, and we are trying to relieve some of those pressures. So the combination of reductions in infrastructure charges in well-located areas and relieving the pressure on parking requirements, this can have a really measurable impact on the cost of building housing in Brisbane, and I look forward to receiving the support of councillors as we vote on this item.
We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Wise. Those say ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 against.
The item has carried. Please, councillors, please return to your seats. Lord Mayor, item B of the E&C report.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. So just in relation to the question that Councillor Johnston asked, the Package 2 of the Empowering Brisbane's Aquatic Centres program includes upgrades at Combsley, Centenary, Dunlop, Ithaca, Manly, Newmarket, Parkinson, Runcorn, Spring Hill, Valley and Carroll Park pools. So we have here in this report 7 out of 8...
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order, yep.
I appreciate the list, but I ask for the amounts as well as the list.
Okay. I'll make sure that Councillor Howard can provide that information. I've been given the names, but not the amounts at this stage, so wanted to provide what I had up front. 7 out of 8 contracts awarded in this particular suite of contracts were awarded to local suppliers, being 96% of contracts. So far this financial year, 68 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers, being 94% of all contracts, and a total spend of $748 million. Also, in addition to the Empowering Brisbane's Aquatic Centres program, there's also the East Region Playground upgrades, the car park upgrade at West Mitchelton Rugby Club, and a renewal of our metro vehicle insurance policy as well. So I commend this item to the Chamber.
Any further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Rise to speak on the contracts and tendering report from December 2024. And good to see a few more contracts, I guess, for the December rather than the November, or I think it was the November one we had in the meeting that got it. It was two in the previous contracts and tendering. So a couple more. Things really picked up in the month of December, where we have a couple more than 2. But still shocked at what we are covering in terms of the capital expenditure and contract expenditure in our first meeting back for 2025. It shouldn't be a shock though, because when you look at how much work E&C Civic Cabinet did as Council's delegate during the recess, they only met once since last meeting. Since the December meeting, over that long recess, E&C only met once. So the 9th, and that was on 9th of December. And then not until normal schedule resumed with council meetings come back did we see Civic Cabinet come back together and pat each other on their backs for selecting a new Deputy Mayor. So I guess when you set the pace, Lord Mayor, in having just one meeting every 8 weeks of E&C, that does flow down. So when you set the pace, that flows down to the work that's being done because you're not setting the strategic direction of council that is required. And when you deliver a budget, that restricts maintenance funding that council officers are able to access to upgrade and to repair things out in the suburbs and deliver projects as well. So, from 9th of December to the 20th of January, there was no work of council. Obviously, the CEO had certain delegations approved to be able to do certain work, but it's just incredible to think that the work of council stopped because the delegations that E&C have from council when we were in recess were not exercised, and the work of council completely stopped. So we're not going to see a rates rebate in the next quarter for the work not done by the LNP regime. No, not a chance at all. If you look at the few contracts before us today, we're seeing almost $1 million for a playground or playground upgrades or a playground upgrade. Of course, great to see that, but when we've been around our wards, and I'm sure a lot of LNP councils have had this over the Christmas period and longer than that, we're seeing playgrounds that are being left to rot out in the suburbs. We're seeing play equipment being covered in orange mesh. We're seeing park benches covered in orange mesh. We're seeing temporary fencing put around dog parks for 8 months in some cases, where sinkholes are appearing. These are just a few examples. And this is increasing. The instances of playgrounds and public spaces being closed for public use is increasing because the level of maintenance funding is decreasing. So while the Lord Mayor can roll in here with his contracts and tendering report, which has $1 million being spent on a playground upgrade, one single playground upgrade, the real story for most people living in Brisbane is that they're paying more and getting less. It's just really quite incredible, isn't it, when you think about that? The responses we're getting to the office now, and I'm sure a lot of other councils are getting this, they will be on that side as well, from council officers saying these things need to be done, whether it's maintenance jobs and they need to be fixed, but there's no funding available anymore, and they will just have to be in a standard budget bid through the internal process up to the Lord Mayor, and fingers crossed maybe those things will be done. When we're getting responses saying that curbing and channelling is now no longer going to be repaired because all of that concrete funding maintenance money that would be spent on curbing and channelling now has to be spent on dangerous footpaths because they dropped the ball on that years ago. When it takes 6 months to get a chair replaced, repaired at Dowsagoon, 2 years out in Councillor Griffith's area, 8 months that the highest use dog off leash areas in my ward at Mulbean Park has had that temporary fencing around the gate, forcing people to use the maintenance entry. And every couple of weeks we ask for an update, and the update is, this needs to be fixed, but there's no maintenance money. There's no maintenance money from this LNP regime. So it's no longer just it's not just a sort of sentiment that people feel that they're paying more and getting less from this LNP regime. It's a lived experience. It's a lived experience for the people living out in the suburbs of Brisbane. The other item there before us is for an insurance policy for metro vehicles. I mean, God knows we need that, obviously. We've heard some real clangers when it comes to the operation of metro vehicles, whether it's through testing, what was it, the trial period, the first launch?
The first or the second time?
Councillor Murphy's stuff up there, he was deeply apologetic about. Cost him a job, in fact. But doors don't operate when the rain was happening. Not enough power to move the capacity of 150, maybe 170 people. All those teething issues they talked about. Well, we've heard a lot worse. We've heard a lot worse occur since the start of the so-called M2 metro, which I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about over the coming weeks as the experience of drivers is put out more into the public domain. I'm sure LNP councillors, they go to the launch and they do all the fanfare and put it on social media and do all that sort of stuff, throw a $100,000 party, but I wonder if they really know what's going on in the operation metro. But good we have insurance on those vehicles because I suspect are going to need that. We're going to need a good insurance policy on them going forward. But again, a disappointing amount of work that we're not seeing. And we'll get the Lord Mayor, maybe he won't, maybe might not bother summing up. He often jumps up when we make the point that not much is going on in terms of contracts and tendering, and he says, first of all, Labor doesn't want you to contract out work, and then they do want you to contract work out. And I just want to make the point that what we see in contracts and tendering is the realisation of everything the Lord Mayor has funded or not funded, more to the point in his budget, and what he is funding or cutting in his quarterly budget reviews. What we see before us, apart from major projects, apart from expenditure on things like Green Bridges and the Metro and Mogul Road and things like that, are all of those projects that are contained in the suburban work schedule or within the core budget delivered each June by the Lord Mayor. And so when you get to halfway through the year, in the November month and then the month of December, and see that by the time you get to that point in the year, the Lord Mayor is only, council officers are only able to issue contracts for 2 items, maybe 3 or 4 items a month. That paints a pretty clear picture to me about not just the work ethic of this Lord Mayor, but also his commitment and dedication to seeing investments roll out in the suburbs of Brisbane. It's pretty light on. The contracts and tendering report is light on, which means the work that the Lord Mayor and ENC and his regime are doing is very light on as well. A big disappointment for the people of Brisbane.
Any further debate? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak on item B, contracts and tendering for December, and I'd like to draw particular attention to contract CW 15107, which has been awarded for the upgrade of the W Pool Playground in Wynnum, more commonly known as the Whale Park Dry Playground. Before I was elected as the councillor of Wynnum Manly, I had the opportunity to attend the stakeholder engagement session for this project. It was wonderful to hear from park users, both young children and their families, about what they wanted for this well-loved park. I'm now thrilled to see that this contract has been awarded, allowing works to commence in the coming months. I know the families of the Bayside are just as excited as I will be to see this upgrade become a reality. These works will transform this much-loved playground into a dynamic, inclusive and engaging space for children of all ages. The enhancements include a vibrant custom-designed boardwalk with rises and dips, creating opportunities to climb and balance, a large group spinner to encourage social play, sand play areas including featuring pulleys, buckets, tunnels and chutes for creative exploration, 3 bathing box-themed colourful cubby houses with speaking tubes and a blackboard to allow children to leave each other messages. A new bridge will provide an accessible link between the current and the existing place structures. New fishing nets to climb on existing poles and to challenge young adventurers. Interactive map and compass panels for a navigation and discovery play. Beautifully carved boulders with small artworks for tactile engagement and informal seating. And repairs and upgrades to the existing structures and existing safety to ensure safety and longevity. Additional swings were also incorporated in response to community engagement. This upgrade follows community engagement, detailed site investigations and careful planning to preserve the surrounding heritage trees while enhancing the all-over play experience. I would like to extend a special thank you to Andrew Ensby and the Parks team for their commitment to ensuring the design complements the existing playground and water play infrastructure, while enhancing its accessibility to children of all ages and abilities. I also appreciate their willingness to meet with me to discuss my concerns about the soft fall under the climbing frame. This has a history of getting caught in the water play filters and it affects the water pressure. They were all too happy to make changes to the plan to accommodate for this. Their attention to these details will ensure a better experience for all park users. This playground is a cherished space for Bayside families, and I'm delighted that the Shrinner Council is investing in its future. Any weekend that you head down to the Bayside, you will see it absolutely packed with people. I look forward to seeing the work commence and soon, and most importantly, seeing local children and families enjoy this fantastic updated play space. As a past primary school teacher, it is very important to have these play areas for our children, so I thank the Shrinner Council. Thanks.
Any further speaker? Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this on this clause, contracts and tendering. Specifically, a couple of the contracts that were of interest to me in some respects. They weren't directly connected to my ward, but there are implications for what we've been trying to do in my ward as well. Anyways, the first one was the West Mitchelton rugby car park, which looking at it from a Google vantage point or near maps vantage point, certainly needs to be resealed, or needs to be reconstructed and then sealed. It's obviously been that way for a while, but I have one of those in my ward as well at McEwen Park, and like the Mitchelton one, it's really broken up and it's very undulating, and it's probably quite unsafe, the Mitchelton one, for people to walk. And of course, there's probably potholes and things like that in it as well. And it really needs to be done. Now, that $250,000 that the Mitchelton ones has attracted to take care of that is something that I've been asking for 8 years at McEwen Park. Now, I was very successful, well, not me personally, but there are a couple of projects in my ward had some savings, and we were able to do a little bit of resurfacing for about $70,000, which is about to start. But that's really something that should probably be fully sealed in hopefully maybe the Lord Mayor can remember that one for his budget coming up and be funded, because I have asked for it for about 8 years now. And but like Mitchelton, we've got very successful clubs, right, that have a lot of people. My darts club and I'm sure the rugby club is the same, have hundreds of people that actually use that car park from time to time. I know in my area, or in my club, the Ipswich Darts Club, the Anala Darts Club, they can have up to about 120 cars during competitions and things like that, and I'm sure the Mitchelton rugby club as well have that sort of numbers as well, no doubt. So I think it's quite important that all these grounds, all these car parks right across Brisbane are given the full attention of this council. The second contract is in regards to the new first aid kits. Now, when I became councillor in 2016, we were told that the first aid kits would not be replenished because there was no one actually trained to give first aid, so they withdrew the first aid kits right across council, I'm told. I thought it was just maybe the ward offices, but it was right across council. So really, we haven't really had first aid kits right across council, and this $250,000 is going to replenish us. We've just received ours. We've just received ours. Yes, it just came in in the mail bags, and which is really good. But the question we did ask ward support is, well, what about the training? What about the training that the reason they withdrew them in the first place? And he said that. He said that he would look into that. So with the CEO here, or a new CEO, maybe she can have a look into that, because I think it's quite important that we do have them and that we do have people that are trained to use them, right? Because it's very important. We have 8,000 staff right across Brisbane, and we do need that support from time to time when accidents occur. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I rise also to speak on item B, and in particular contract 3 for the Glindemann Park skate upgrade. A very exciting project, and I have to say again, similar to Councillor Givney, thank you to Andrew Esby, who does the most wonderful work in our skate parks. I am the very, very proud local councillor of more of a tiny tot, so like up to about 6-year-old skate node that we've got in Tarragindi. He did some fantastic work there, but Andrew has then now actually designed with Trailworks Australia, as you can see in the contract here, one for Glindemann Park, which is definitely for the older children in the Holland Park ward. We did a lot of consultation on Glindemann Park. We were out there, the council officers are out there on multiple weekends, many different ways to contact, through letters, through social media, through QR codes, and actually the old lemonade stand, to talk to the community. And one of the very strong and loud voices of the community was our 12-year-old bike riding boys, who weren't interested in actually talking to us, of course. They just like the QR code, click the QR code, fill it in, send in the 10 answers. So I know that our Habitat group are going to be very excited about them stopping to using their mulch every time it gets delivered to turn it into BMX jumps. And this multi-use riding track that is being funded, thank you Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor, through the budget, but also a third of it through my CEF funding as well, has got a fantastic design, particularly for tweenies that are looking for that extra challenge. There is a lot of furniture, as they call it, and street cred here, and berms and jumps and everything for those that are more advanced, those for in between, and those that want to do their parkour on their bikes in the middle. It is going to be a wonderful addition to the Holland Park ward. It gets started this week, I'm going to say, weather permitting, how we've been going for this week, but I'm really looking forward to the next couple of months and seeing the result, and I can't wait to see how many kids are out there. I think they're going to love it on their bikes or their scooters and really get involved. Thank you.
Any further speaker? Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Chairperson, for speaking. It's been very interesting hearing what different councillors get
in this contract process. I always love this time, love listening to the stories from that side of the chamber, because I know my kids in my communities are missing out. And they are missing out because of the disparity between what is delivered in LNP wards and what is delivered in opposition wards. I'd like to give some examples of that, and the first contract I'd like to talk about is the aquatic centres. It's amazing to hear all that great work happening in these aquatic centres, and I think it's brilliant and it's good and should be commended. But I know the people in Acacia Ridge Aquatic Centre, I'm getting constant complaints down there that never get resolved, despite going to the chairperson in relation to heating of that aquatic centre, in relation to the accessibility of that aquatic centre, in relation to the dirty and neglected facilities in that aquatic centre. So I think it's wonderful that money's being spent in aquatic centres. It would be good to spend some money in opposition councils in relation to aquatic centres. It's a very stark contrast to the inner city pools that I observe and that I have used in the past, and the condition that they're left in, as opposed to what is happening in the suburbs. And I have to say, my aquatic centre is largely used by people from the multicultural community. Secondly, the regional playground for East. And it was lovely to hear Councillor Givney speak about how the kids down in Wynnum love the space and the community's using it, and it's wonderful. And I think that's the way it should be right across the city. And I know with the Acacia Ridge District Park, we've been looking for an upgrade for years. Our water play is actually broken. They removed parts of it. Our facilities are in such poor condition that some of the playground equipment is actually broken. The lighting is really poor, and I've raised that in the chamber before, and the LNP voted against it. We've had multiple stabbings down there, and we had a murder last year in the park. And have we seen any improvements to lighting or security down there? Nothing. And wouldn't you think the LNP would put that up as an important contract to be done? Well, no, it hasn't been done. Even at night time, local residents won't use that park, and the police have advised people not to use that park because it's not safe. This is what this council is delivering in my community. Now, I was finally interested in, and I'm always interested in news and how they deliver for the LNP, but how they don't deliver for this side of the chamber. And it was interesting to hear two councillors get up and talk about how news staff have been out doing consultations for them in their wards. I just got an email this week telling me that field services would not help me with a consultation, would not be involved with a consultation involving the spending of my SEF money, because it might involve some overtime hours. And it was about a meeting that involved other areas of council, that involved OCCA, so the Habitat group, like Councillor Adams was talking about. It involves other community groups. It involves a number of community members. But I got a no. We're not doing that. We can use the time better. Well, I'm just miffed. I'm miffed by the double standard in this chamber and the constant way that the community I represent misses out because of this double standard. And I expect so much better. So these contracts, look, they're wonderful. You can crow about them, you can talk about them. It's good if you can get it. Because we should have a standard condition across the city. We should have a standard delivery across the city. And that's what it says under the City of Brisbane Act, but that is not what is happening now. So these contracts, yeah, here we go again. And what you've got to do with these contracts is dig down and actually look at and listen to the work that is going on in LNP wards as opposed to opposition wards. And listen to the way the residents of Brisbane are missing out because of who they vote for. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, Mr. Chair.
Any further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the contracts report before us today. And the first thing that I must say is I think that Councillor Griffiths was being a little bit cheeky there, saying his community doesn't get anything, when I see that the Archerfield Wetlands Playground was opened very recently. And I assure you it is very good, and it is a landmark park, which I hear from some of my colleagues was millions of dollars worth of.
I don't believe the Archfield playground is raised in this country.
Sorry, that's another point of order.
The point of order is, of course, confirmation that my point was correct, and that the Archfield Wetlands Playground is very, very good and services the community of Maruka. On the report, there's a particular item for the inaugural community which, of course, has been raised, which is the West Mitchelton car park upgrade. Now, it is an excellent club in the district that produces a high level of football player. They routinely win premierships across all grades, but they pride themselves on being the family club, and that all coaches in that particular club are former players, and they all bind in on each other. It's a really wonderful community asset in Mitchelton. Now, the car park there has been upgraded piece by piece over the years. However, this particular work will significantly improve the circumstances there. Now, some councillors may be aware, but many wouldn't be, that for many, many years there are a number of places in the inaugural district that were effectively asbestos factories, and the most famous of those is Wunderlich's, which is comfortably fewer than 100 metres from this particular site. Wunderlich's produced asbestos for Brisbane and Queensland for many, many years. And when you talk to some of the people who've lived there for a long time, or lived there some time ago in the operation of the factory, they would say they would come home from school and the streets would look like a Christmas village. Such was the asbestos in the gutters and on the streets. Now, because of that, from time to time we have a couple of issues with our park upgrades, and so this particular playground this particular upgrade has come across an asbestos issue, as you would anticipate, which has caused a lot of the need to do this work, but also it will increase the time and expense of doing this, because, as I said, in the past, people weren't necessarily, while some people were aware, the public weren't aware of the issues around asbestos, and it caused then and continues to cause a great deal of issues in the northwestern community. So this work will be clearing asbestos, resealing and resetting the car park, and then making sure that it is a wonderful support item for what is a great community club. Now, just to say it's not just for one club, but the Arana Touch Association, which is a routine, excuse me, I keep using that word, but it is a regular, high usage association that bases itself out of West Mitchie. They have moved around a little bit, but they are there in that site now, and all through the week there are hundreds, if not maybe more than 1,000 people a week playing touch football, on top of the hundreds of players associated with the club across all ages, from under fives to seniors, plus also West Mitchie, as I said, they're a community-minded place. They make themselves available for a tournament between the local state high schools and Mount Maria. So Albany Creek State High, Ferny Grove, Mitchelton State High, Mount Maria all play a football competition at this site. So it is a well-used facility. This car park will be it is a necessary supporting item for that community association, but also, as I say, from time to time, it's not unusual to find asbestos underground. And in this instance, there was some that was in the site that had to be addressed as part of this work as well. Can I thank the contractors who are already on site? Can I thank the officers in News Branch who've put this all together? Can I thank the officers in Community Leasing who've put this all together? We in the Northwest are looking forward to its completion very soon, and to the ongoing enjoyment of what is a wonderful community space.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly on item B. I have listened to some of the debate here, and I'm happy for those councillors, and I usually vote for the contracts and tendering reports, but I'm happy for those councillors who get upgrades in their area, and there's been the odd thing in my ward, but not much. I noted with some interest the LNP approach to the way that the Lord Mayor governs the city, and you know, this contract approvals or notification today certainly demonstrates that bent to funding projects in their own wards to the exclusion of others. There's a couple of things that I would like to note, and I thank Councillor Wines for talking about the importance of his car park in Mitchelton. We're now in the 16th year of the council public pool car park at Corinda that looks like it's from a third world country. 3 petitions, multiple requests, and this administration refuses to fix it. Refuses to fix it. It came through again last year, I think. It is in a horrendous state. It's falling apart. Potholes, cracks, tree roots up. Many of the car parks have never met minimum distances, so you can't get a car in it. It's in a shocking state. Now, it services a council asset, not a community and sporting club, who under their lease are probably supposed to fix the car park themselves, but it is a council asset. It's in shocking state. Not only does that council asset...
Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Point of order.
In the spirit of Councillor Griffiths earlier, I know that Councillor Griffiths would say this is not in the report, and I would tend to agree with him. Can I get a ruling on whether
Councillor Wines, that is not a point of order. Thank you.
Can I get a ruling about whether Councillor Johnston is speaking to the report or not?
Look, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Johnston, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a miracle. Deputy Chairman. So look, I just want to make the point, and the CEO is right here and I'm looking at her right now, that there is one rule for the LNP and another rule for everyone else. And in the everyone else category, I reckon I'm at the very bottom. The state of the Dunlop car park at Corinda is appalling and has been for 16 years. It's had the odd bit of bitumen on it, the potholes occasionally get fixed. It services a busy pool. It services a soccer club that also supports Corinda State High School students. It services the back entry to Corinda State School. And this council has abandoned it. It is unsafe and it should be fixed. And whilst you see this lovely outcome here for Councillor Wines in Mitchelton, do you know what they say in Tennyson Ward? Well, Councillor, you use your SCF money to fix it. It'd cost $1 million probably to fix it. It's that bad. It's that bad.
Always told to use our playgrounds.
That's right. Yeah, and the roads and everything else. Now that's probably one of 2. The other one, of course, is over in Yeronga Memorial Park, where years ago we were told that they would fix it. They put a bit of that loose gravel down on half the car park outside the Bridge Club. They've left the area outside the War Memorial where the elderly veterans struggle over the uneven ground, and the Croquet Club to the eastern end of the park is dirt with potholes and problems, and it's all elderly people who use that, and veterans and their families. And again, I reckon that's going on 15 years. We've been waiting for that one to be fixed as well. So whilst I note Councillor Wines very proud of getting this car park in his ward fixed, there are other parts of the city that this LNP administration deliberately neglects. It is not good enough. It is absolutely not good enough. There needs to be a fairer allocation to projects in need. Very briefly, I just want to make comment about the last 2 items in the report as well. Citrix licensing and contractor and visitor management solution. So I don't know what either of these items are, and the LNP's track record on IT is just shocking, and the CEO is going to find this out the hard way. It's like a black hole of expenditure. Hundreds of millions of dollars every year go into IT, and guess what? We had an IT upgrade in the ward we were told about on Friday, and it started on Monday, and guess what? It didn't work. Yeah. So the best part about how council runs its IT is when they change things, they don't tell us what it is. So I don't know what these things are, but a contractor and visitor management solution does sound like it's going to impact on public access to business, parts of council, possibly including our ward offices. Now, I don't know, because there's no information in here whatsoever. The Lord Mayor didn't raise it, and I don't know what it means. Is it going to change the way security cards are issued? Who knows?
Any further debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak briefly on item B. So in December, we continued to back local businesses through our local buy procurement policy, and 7 out of the 8 contracts that were entered into were local suppliers. I'll come back to the number of contracts later, Mr Chair. But it brings the total to 68 contracts this financial year so far that have been with local suppliers, which is just under 95% of all of Brisbane City Council contracts. It's well in excess of our 80% target, and it's testament to the vision of the Lord Mayor and the work of our Strategic Procurement Office. Our Buy Local plan is paying dividends for local industry, and I know that there's a whole lot of pride that's taken by the business community in Brisbane in working with their council to improve the community that we all live in. The report from December has a contract for more playgrounds to be upgraded, as we've heard from various councillors, as well as our beloved aquatic centres. As we know, Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and parks, playgrounds and our pools create more to see and do for our residents. As always, and in accordance, Mr Chair, with Council's procurement policy, a value for money methodology has been used when assessing tenders and proposals. We ensure that money is only spent in a way that will benefit residents and make sure that Brisbane continues to be the best place to work and live. Now, Councillor Wines, through you, Mr Chair, has already pointed out the absolute hypocrisy from the councillors on the other side of this chamber. They talk about double standards. Councillor Griffiths spoke about double standards in this place, when I know for a fact that he has just received a $20 million playground in his ward. Councillor Cassidy makes the assumption that the number of contracts somehow reflects the work or the value or the contribution to our city. But in fact, those contracts, Mr Chair, cover a significant amount of work and valuable work that is occurring in our suburbs and is entirely consistent with our 86% guarantee that the spend from our budget will be in the suburbs. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that this council continues to do in our suburbs of Brisbane, as should all councillors. And quite frankly, I'm disappointed that they come into this place and they talk our city down time in and time again.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, I report...
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Point of order. Claim to be misrepresented too.
Noted.
Mr Chair, I commend the report to the chamber.
Thank you. So, Councillor Johnston, your misrepresentation.
Yes, the Deputy Mayor has misrepresented my speech. I certainly said I supported the projects on the other side, but I pointed to the inequity of funding projects in LNP wards when other projects needed to be done in my ward and elsewhere in the city. This is not talking down the City of Brisbane. This is calling out the political partisanship and pork barrelling of the LNP administration.
Councillor Griffith, your misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I, similarly to Councillor Johnson, I didn't actually talk down Brisbane. I love Brisbane. I just want to see residents in my area treated fairly.
Any further? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item B, and particularly the contract number CW 15078, and to address the question asked by the councillor for Tennyson. This is the delivery of batteries, heat pumps, switchboards and smart energy monitoring and control systems across 11 council aquatic centres, and the Lord Mayor has provided the names of those centres. Not only will this reduce Council's overall energy footprint to assist in making a cleaner, more sustainable Brisbane, it will reduce energy consumption and the costs of running our pools. Item B includes a contract for stage 2 of the program, which will deliver a range of those energy efficiency improvements. Now, this total contract value for the package works is $858,934 across the 11 pools. We do not have the itemised value for each of these pools, and I believe that that may be commercial in confidence. Therefore, I have asked the Divisional Manager to provide the Councillor for Tennyson with a written response.
Point of order. Can the councillor table that information? Can I request through you, Mr Chair, the councillor table that information?
Councillor Howard, would you care to table information?
I've just said that we will provide a written response.
Yep. So Councillor Howard will provide a written response. Any further speakers? Well, so now I'll put the item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Yep. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 abstentions.
The item's carried. Deputy Mayor, item C of the report, please.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Item C seeks Council's approval for a public tender to establish a corporate procurement arrangement in the form of a panel supplier for landscape and turf supplies. Council obviously buys landscape and turf supplies such as soils, mulches, bark, sand, turf and playground specific materials. They're provided as a supply and delivery or supply, delivery and installation terms of arrangement. A large majority of turf requirements for Council's construction teams are for remediation purposes following the completion of construction works like footpaths, curb and channel works and roundabouts. An example of this can be found in the City Botanic Gardens, where the area that accommodated the Kangaroo Point Bridge site office has recently been returfed. There's always an ongoing need for landscape and turf suppliers to support various projects, and Council wants to ensure that these materials remain available for Brisbane's green spaces and infrastructure maintenance. Structuring the arrangement in this way allows Council to achieve value for money outcomes for residents, like the ability to purchase mulch generated from our own tree maintenance activity. The existing procurement arrangement for these supplies expires on the 14th of July 2025. Council remains committed to securing high-quality landscape and turf supplies, and this new tender will ensure our long-term sustainability and readiness for when we host the World in 2032.
Any further? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Rise to speak on Clause C, this significant contracting plan. And what we know from this LNP regime is they like to spend more and deliver less. We saw that late last year when they bragged about spending a record amount on mowing grass, on the mowing contract. I think it was $12 million more being spent on that mowing contract at this point in the Lord Mayor's tenure compared to when he first became Lord Mayor, but doing the exact same amount of mowing, not mowing any extra. And what we are seeing here today is the LNP seeking to spend a whopping $45 million on landscape and turf supplies, including for soil, mulch and bark. Now this is essential, obviously, with the amount of parks and open spaces, dog parks and gardens that we have in Brisbane. So it's essential we do have that, but $45 million is a lot of mulch, of course. Now, what we also know in the context of providing soil and mulch, particularly, is that if we had a more sustainable recycling program for organic waste here in Brisbane, like FOGO, we would be producing our own mulch and our own compost and our own soil right here. But instead, of course, the LNP sat on its hands. They even scrapped, so they introduced a small, was 2,000 homes, I think, is to try to scrap that as well last year. We know that's going to cost the ratepayers of Brisbane really big in the long run. Now, we got very used to hearing this LNP regime attack the state government over the waste levy charges, of which at the time that they were attacking them, almost 100% of those costs were offset for that period to allow council to transition to become more sustainable in that sense. Now what do we hear from the regime here in council now that their party bosses are in charge up at the state government? The silence is deafening. The silence is deafening. Now, it would be helpful to have some assurance from council that the tens of millions of dollars being spent on landscaping supplies and turf supplies would support communities that have been ignored by the LNP out in the suburbs and spruce up places that have been neglected for too long. But I doubt we're going to get a commitment out of them today for that. And history does tell us, of course, that the lion's share will be spent in inner city areas while outer suburbs remain neglected. A lady came to me in a mobile office just on the weekend and talking about mowing at Mulbeam Park and out at Bald Hills as well, another park she goes to, and how bad that is, how bad the service is, and then compares that to going to New Farm Park, of course, where it's push mowers with catchers and a lot of time and money and effort spent in New Farm Park, but in key parks out in the outer suburbs of Brisbane, there's no care or concern. There's no monitoring of contracts. This resident backs onto the park, observes the contractors coming through, and there is no oversight from council when it comes to those jobs. So what we've come to expect, what we have come to expect as local councillors in outer suburban wards, while we will talk about it, is suburban neglect. LNP councillors experience it, but they're not willing to talk about it. They're muzzled, they're gagged from talking about it, certainly gagged from raising these issues of their own volition in the council chamber, and certainly never get up and talk about them. And it's not an issue that suburban neglect is on the north side. Certainly not an issue that is contained to my ward. As people come from my area and go over to Brackenridge, or come from Brackenridge, come to my area, their experience is the same. The experience is the same, although that resident certainly knew and identified that I'm willing to get up here in the council chamber and talk about it and demand better, but the council for Brackenridge very rarely is, was the observation there. So obviously this is an essential contract, but which we want to see delivered, but delivered well and equitably right across the suburbs of Brisbane, and actually start seeing some value for money. Rather than just this sort of empty, hollow rhetoric from the LNP saying they're spending more every year and expending more and more and charging people more in rates and more in fees and charges and more in receiving your rates in the mail, but you're actually getting less delivered out in the suburbs of Brisbane. That's what we want to see changed, and that's what we'll keep fighting for.
Any further debate? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on item C, the landscaping, turf supplies and associated services contracting plan. Now, I think Councillor Cassidy has been living under a rock. We have been through really tough times economically, and everything is costing more. And so naturally, we have seen these services increase in costs. But can I just say, we believe on this side of the chamber that we need to make our city beautiful. And we are emphasising the efforts we're putting into our parks and open spaces. We want to see our garden beds mulched. We want to see our beautiful dog off-leash areas maintained. And this panel will do exactly that. The proposed panel will allow us to secure a diverse range of products and services, including soils, mulches, sands, turf, to ensure our parks and streetscapes are green and welcoming. This new procurement arrangement will replace the existing contract, which expires in July, and will introduce a more structured and flexible approach to procurement. The new panel will consist of 2 categories. Category 1, obviously turf and associated services, and Category 2, landscaping supplies, which will cover a broad range of materials essential for maintenance and new projects. Through this procurement strategy, we will achieve a value for money outcome, encouraging competition amongst suppliers for large orders to secure cost savings, exploring the opportunity to repurpose mulch generated from our own mulch teams, strengthening the supply chains ahead of our Olympic Games happening in 2032, securing supplies across Brisbane to reduce transportation costs and improve logistic efficiencies, and ensuring additional supply options for critical materials such as sandbagging during severe weather events. Now, Mr. Chair, I do have to laugh that those on the other side have completely ignored what is going on in FOGO. I don't know how many times I can stand up in this chamber and explain that FOGO is a no-go, and just under the state government legislation, it is too hard right now for us to undertake this. The industry is not ready. So I'm not quite sure what those on the opposite are thinking, suggesting that somehow we'll magically turn Brisbane into a giant compost heap and wait for it to turn into mulch to put in our gardens. Now, what I will say though is that—
Excuse me, Councillors, please. Councillor Hutton has the floor.
Point of order.
Yep.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Oh, noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He will claim to be misrepresented because he is wrong. He is wrong on this, and he has no indication. He's got no idea what's happening in the industry. The industry is not ready for FOGO. It's not like they're not with the best of intent. The legislation is not there to enable this to happen. So he can go and live in the pipe dream. We are still working away on this side of the chamber to ensure that we are delivering the best for the residents of Brisbane, and that will include using our own tree maintenance work to deliver mulch for our city. Mr. Chair, I commend this item to the chamber.
Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation.
Thanks very much, Chair. Councillor Hutton suggested that I wanted to see Brisbane, and the 200 suburbs that make it up, become one giant compost pile, in her words. Councillor Hutton has a dangerous lack of understanding of what you can do with organic material, including biofuels, all sorts of stuff, which the industry is crying out for.
Point of order,
Unfortunately, Councillor Hutton has absolutely no idea what goes on in her portfolio.
Can I just get a ruling? At what point does a misrepresentation become a speech of its own right and therefore an active disorder? Yeah, and I ask it every week because Councillor Cassidy, you abuse the system. You abuse the system and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, Councillor Wines, that's not a point of order. But look, I've been given a liberty for Councillor Cassidy and all councillors here to explain themselves in many cases. So, thank you. So, any further speaker? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly on item C. I note with interest Councillor Hutton's contribution to the debate today, and I feel like she's been busting at the seams to speak, to show everybody how capable she is and why she should have been the Deputy Mayor, but obviously it wasn't to be. I just don't know if she came second or third and you know... No, Councillor Howard didn't run in the end. She was just mentioned. But anyway, Councillor Hutton has inspired me to speak on this item, and I just want to note a couple of things. Firstly, under the current turf arrangement, and I'm interested in whether this is going to change under the new turf arrangements, Council refuses to re-turf dog parks. The dog parks in Tennyson Ward look like the Great Sandy Desert. There is just dirt and sand as far as the eye can see. Now, I don't know whether or not that's the same elsewhere in Brisbane, but I know in my ward, particularly Hyde Road Park, Yeronga Memorial Park, certainly around parts of Nadine, at Faulkner Park, and parts of Corinda, are pretty bad. So I'm very interested in the fact that Councillor Hutton's going to make these dog parks look beautiful now, and I look forward to Councillor Hutton's investment in, quote, making the city beautiful. Because I can tell you now, these dog parks do not look beautiful. They look like outback Queensland. Harsh, dry, dirt. Yeah, and it's beautiful in outback Queensland where no one lives. But it's not beautiful in the built-up suburbs of Brisbane, where people walk their dogs, and one of these parks is one of Australia's oldest memorial parks. So it's so good that I'm still on this committee after 16, nearly 17 years, and I can hold Councillor Hutton to account. I look forward to all my dog parks being made to look beautiful again. And I will not be taking the council officers, no, councillor, we're not returfing dog parks anymore, because I know Councillor Hutton says that's what's going to be happening. I also want to clarify just a little bit about the tough times economically, and that's been one of the problems that Councillor Hutton's been having to deal with. And yet she sits on E&C and week after week approves overseas junkets for her colleagues that cost $20,000 to $30,000, overseas junkets for senior council officers, and meanwhile you can't get the car park in a heritage park fixed, you can't get the dog park latch fixed, you can't get the trees picked up. Councillor Hutton didn't think there were any trees down in Tennyson Ward after the storms in January. Today she expressed surprise. They're still down, huge big trees. They had a great clean-up in the eastern suburbs of Brisbane, and they forgot that the trees were down in Tennyson Ward as well. So that was a bit of a shock to her today. She said, no, there's no trees down in your ward. It's interesting, isn't it? Because all the photos were sent into council and they're fully aware of how many trees are down. They just haven't gone and cleaned them up. So I certainly hope that they'll be cleaned up in the next week or so, because this is probably, I'd say, 5 Ks from Councillor Hutton's own ward, and she has no idea how bad the storm was. Now, it's probably trashed the turf in these parks as well, because the trees have been down for almost a month now. So I look forward to the new turf going in where the damage to the trees has occurred in these parks as well, because I know Councillor Hutton's really keen on making our city beautiful.
Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I want to see whether anyone wants to stand up from that side of the chamber and speak on item C, but no. And it's interesting because well, some of them are, but I will take that, Councillor Johnston. Some of them aren't. And I know some of the councillors over there aren't happy with the standards being delivered, but they're not allowed to say it. They're not allowed to say it because if they speak up, they get whacked, whack-a-mole. So it must be frustrating for some of those councillors over there. I just want to first off with this item just say what a wonderful job our staff do out in the field. What an amazing job they do in the field, and how much respect I have for those people, because they are given more and more and more to do with less and less resources. And for me, some examples of landscaping sites that can't get attention are Kerry Road and Beatty Road, Granard Road and Beaudesert Road, Leroy Road and Beaudesert Road, and also along Ipswich Road. We just can't get attention. We can't get that area maintained. In terms of boulevarding along Ipswich Road, we were doing subtropical boulevarding, and I've been watching for years and years that it came out. It got close, we got to the Magic Mile, and then cut. It was cut. And why did the officers tell me it was cut? It was cut because we need to spend the money in the city centre for the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games is why we cut that program. Wow, short-sighted, crazy, doesn't make sense. Now, for sheer neglect, I would suggest you go to our cemeteries. I am getting so many complaints about Mount Gravatt Cemetery.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
This is not relevant to the report, and I ask for your ruling.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Councillor Griffith, please come back to the report.
I will cover that point later on. But it is certainly about landscaping, it is certainly about maintenance, it is about how many complaints. And Councillor Hutton, you can see how many complaints come through my office, more than I can see it, but you can actually see it and compare it to other wards. So that is a big issue. And most recently, and it was interesting, Councillor Johnson, you talk about dog parks. I've got multiple people posting out there now about the state of the dog park at Coopers Plains, Beryl Roberts Park, because council won't mow it. The mowing contractors have disappeared. Bang, they've gone. They're no longer there. So residents are bringing their own mowers to that dog park. In fact, and a sad, sad thing for people who are buried at Mount Gravatt Cemetery, I had someone ring me last week about this, they have to take their own mower and their own whippersnipper to mow their parents' graves. Same at Pinaroo. This is what we're delivering. And it's shameful, and it's not good enough, and you can congratulate yourselves and say what a fantastic job you're doing, but it's not happening. And if any of you want to come for a drive out in my ward, I'll take you around and show you these sites. But you know what? None of you do. None of you want to see it. None of you want to see the reality of what we're delivering outside of that little bubble that is the CBD. And we are over and over and over again neglecting our residents and neglecting this city. Finally, I just want to say I see that the tree maintenance people got to the 2 trees outside the tea rooms. It was interesting to turn up today for our first council meeting, and all that's left of those beautiful trees that have been growing there for years is a 1 metre stump. A 1 metre stump, that's the best service we could provide, and that's in City Hall. It says everything about this administration. It says everything to me about the way this council's being run. That's making the city beautiful. Maybe it's a Trumpian phrase, making the city beautiful again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Any further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I too have been inspired to stand and speak. I mean, look, we know that it is necessary to buy landscape and turf supplies. These are really necessary. I think the interesting point here that has been raised up by many councillors is the lack of service that we're receiving at the moment. Obviously, this is a part of the casualisation that has been created by the creation of multiple contracting. We know that we're experiencing more delays in our wards, and I'm not just talking about my ward. We know that this is actually citywide. We know that the maintenance levels across the city have reduced. I know in my ward, in the Gabba ward, for Raymond Park, we had residents mow the park. And I'll go into a couple of other specific points. I guess what we're saying here is every opportunity that there's a casualisation of the workforce in council has seemed to bite council back in the bum later. Yes, it does. It also means that our internal capacity to deal with maintenance, with the work, the core work that council is supposed to be delivering, so importantly, particularly to our green spaces and parks, continues to be delayed. And I know this because, and I'll bring this up now, because of Kangaroo Point, right? Last year, October from memory, there was a freak hurricane mini storm in Kangaroo Point. What this actually caused was an incredible amount of damage to that area. And I want to thank the council officers who contacted me. We worked pretty closely together to ensure that these areas were protected because they were dangerous for patrons. They were dangerous for residents because there was a lot of work, a lot of trees affected. And I thank you for your work on that. But what I will say that is until last night, areas of Kangaroo Point on the cliffs, one of the highest, most visible sights to see our beautiful, wonderful Brisbane Magunjan, were still covered in tape. Yeah. I'm going to speak about a specific site on this cliff face that had 3 items. Huge tree trunk, a broken barbecue, and a broken set of tables. And I'm pleased to announce here in the beautification of Brisbane that there has been a little bit of work as of yesterday. The tree trunk is gone, and so is the table. All that's left are actually 2 benches. This isn't maintenance, this isn't fixing, this isn't supporting our city. Of course, the barbecue is still unfixed. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is we're already seeing bad decision-making by the LNP across our city create issues. And so I also welcome Councillor Hutton, through you, Deputy Chair, saying that we're going to get a more beautiful Brisbane, because that particular area, which is one of the most beautiful parts of Brisbane, which we can view Brisbane, which is a beautiful river city, has been under tape from council for over 2 months. And the solution wasn't actually to fix anything, it was just to take away the broken table. So yeah, here we are talking about this again. Rather than continuing outsourcing our core services, we should be empowering council. I want to thank all the workers in this team. We know you are doing more and more with less staff. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Appreciate it, and I look forward to a more beautiful Brisbane across the whole city once this contract tender is done.
Any further speaker? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on this item, Clause C, this store board submission. And when we received the papers on Thursday, we went to have a look and start doing our little bit of research on all the various clauses. And this one, there was only 3 after this enormous break that we've just had. So I wanted to speak on as many as I could that's related to my ward and, of course, to Brisbane itself. Anyway, so we looked at item C, right, the store board submission, and thought, well, maybe we should look back at the previous one, 4 years ago or whatever it was. So we tried to research that to see what we spent on that particular store board submission, how much we allocated, but we couldn't find anything. And we honestly, I have a pretty good researcher in my office, and she got a bit frustrated because she says, it's got to be here somewhere, it's got to be here. But we just couldn't find it. So maybe someone from the administration can let us know maybe how much we allocated last time on this store board submission for all these materials that we're going to need for landscaping and other jobs. I would like to also know the metrics that they worked with on how to work out how much they're actually going to need for at least the 4 years, and of course it can be extended for another 5, because are we allocating enough money here, especially with the Olympics coming up? I'd love to know what algorithm you worked worked that one out, because I think it would be quite fascinating to actually dissect that and just have a look at how we arrived at this pot of money. I mean, how do we know how much sand we're going to need? How do we know how much bark we're going to need? And it's just fascinating to me just to know how to work that out. And as a Brisbane City Councillor, we are told that we're responsible for Brisbane, not just our wards, and that's why we're here every Tuesday when we sit to discuss and to make and to vote on things, right? And I don't think by not giving us the information we need to be able to make good, sound decisions it will give us the outcomes that we need, especially coming up to the Olympics. It's so critical. Maybe this amount is well above what we did last time, but I don't know that, right? And no one knows that. Probably councillors on the other side don't know that either. The chairs probably know, the ENC knows, and of course the CEO is going to know. But I'm just a bit worried that, I mean, with what's happening with the state government now, in regards to trying to work out where the stadium is going to, I mean, it just seems to be a bit chaotic. We need to be ready to go. Right? We need to be ready to go to make sure that we have the materials that we need to make this city beautiful. And it's one Brisbane. It's not the inner city. It's one Brisbane. It's all of Brisbane that needs to work towards that Olympic month, basically. Maybe the chair or whoever's ever going to sum up here, the deputy mayor can sum up in regards to this allocation and put my mind at rest that this is enough to do what we're going to need to do. Thank you, Chair.
Any further speaker? Since there's no further speaker, I'll put the item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. That concludes the ENC report. So, Transport Committee decisions. Councillor Murphy.
Point of order. Chair, could you, it's all right to speak?
Yeah, okay. Point of order.
Could you tell us how much time is left in the three-hour allocation for the ENC and the reports?
It's about 7.5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee decisions.
I move that the motion setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 24-25 on matters usually considered by the Transport Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Perry, that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 24-25 on matters usually considered by the Transport Committee be noted. Is there any debate?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, can I ask that items A and B be taken seriatim for voting purposes and then C and D together?
Sorry. So, yep, noted. Councillor Murphy.
Point of order. Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Go.
Councillor Johnston.
Mr. Chair, I just want to check the procedure on this to make sure I get this right. But my understanding is with the consent of the meeting, we can extend beyond the 3-hour limit. Do I move that as an urgency motion or is it a procedural motion?
It's a point of order, so you can just move.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Given I know the cycling community is very interested in the matters that are coming up in the Transport Committee, I move a point of order that the meeting is extended for another half an hour to ensure that we can debate the issues in the Transport Committee.
Seconded.
I don't think it needs to be a motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just point of order. Yep. So it's been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey that the meeting debate, the meeting time of the current debate extended. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Thank you. Yep, clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 16 against.
The motion has lost. Please return to your seat. Councillor Murphy, please continue.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I'd like to move seriatim for item B. I thought it was with A and B. Okay.
Yeah, it's already been noted, so yeah. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Over the summer recess 24/5, the Transport Committee considered several petitions related to bikeways and bus services. Firstly, item A, Holy Spirit College requests that Council establish public transport services for Holy Spirit College. As I mentioned earlier during question time last Tuesday, Madam Chair, we saw the introduction of 9 school routes, including extensions of 2 routes that service Holy Spirit College community, which is a great outcome. On Route 86, item B, this petition requests Council make the Kurilpa Loop, Route 86, a permanent bus service. As we all know, this service was a temporary service introduced during Brisbane Metro's construction, and with Metro now commencing permanent operations, this service has concluded. There are other alternative services available within the South Brisbane area for those residents who are inconvenienced by the loss of Route 86. Now, items C and D relate to North Brisbane Bikeway. The first petition requests Council reconsider delivery of Stage 5 of the North Brisbane Bikeway. The second petition requests that Council engage with all stakeholders regarding potential routes for Stage 5 of the North Brisbane Bikeway. Now, since 2018, we've been working with the state government to jointly deliver the North Brisbane Bikeway, or NBB. The final stage, Stage 5, connects the existing bikeway on Dixon Street with the very popular Kedron Brook Bikeway. As this chamber knows, finalising an alignment for Stage 5 is a complex issue for the local community. There's several options to complete the connection. Each route has its own strengths and weaknesses. In late 2021, we consulted with the community on a design for Stage 5 that travelled along Dixon Street. Throughout the consultation process, there were some elements of the design that the community asked Council to consider further. In 2022, when we were devastated by the floods, we stopped work on this to allow us to focus on rebuilding the existing Kedron Brook Bikeway, and we promised to revisit the project when we were through the recovery process, and of course that's exactly what we did. In early 2024, we convened a community reference group to consider various designs and provide feedback. This reference group provided valuable insight, and there were 12 members in it that broadly agreed that the alignment along Dixon Street was supported. However, we've since received these petitions, one with over 600 signatures, as well as advice from both the local state member, Tim Nichols, and the local councillor, Councillor Dixon, raising concerns from the community about this alignment. The state member has also raised this concern directly with the new Transport Minister, Minister Mickelberg. The petitions show that while there is still broad community support to finalise the project and complete Stage 5, the local community want us to consider alternative alignments. In particular, the petitioners raised the previously designed Kent Road alignment, which connects to Kedron State High School. I know Councillor Dixon wants to deliver better bikeways in our suburbs, and this is a complex issue. Since she was elected as councillor for Hamilton Ward, she's been engaged on this issue and working to understand the views of her community. She has listened carefully and engaged deeply with her residents and come to the same conclusion as the state member, that Kent Road is the preferred alignment for the final stage of this bikeway. So we now have 600 residents, the local councillor, the local state member, the Transport Minister who are engaged on the Kent Road alignment, and this is very important, Madam Chair, because we will need state funding and state support to complete this project.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Sorry, but I have to interrupt you there, because under the provisions of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the noting of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment of the debate. So we will first go to item A of the report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item B. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, we'll now put items C and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division has been called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 2 against and 6 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Report is carried. We'll now move to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We will now move to the Community and the Arts Committee report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Report is carried. And we'll now move to the Finance and City Governance Committee report. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 6 against and 2 abstentions.
The ayes have it. The report is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Order, Committee Order? We'll now move to general business. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to reflect on what's been an extraordinary year past in the Walter Taylor Award for 2024 and to also share my condolences on the passing of Honourable John Moore AO. Over the past 12 months in Walter Taylor Ward, Shrinner Council has delivered key projects that have strengthened our community, our engagement and improved essential infrastructure, all with the goal of making the suburbs more connected, accessible and vibrant. Several of the significant achievements was the opening of the Lex Ord dog off-leash area, which provided much-needed recreational space for local families and their furry friends. We also officially opened the Whitten Barracks Community Hub in Indooroopilly, a milestone that preserves our heritage while also creating a new space for community use. Our community events were also a great success, bringing thousands of residents together, including Guyot Groove at Guyot Park, featuring a 40-piece symphonic band, the Jacaranda Festival at Byumba Park in Fig Tree Pocket, which welcomed over 3,000 guests, and additionally we hosted our inaugural community Christmas carols at Whitten Barracks in Indooroopilly. In terms of infrastructure, we achieved record road resurfacing across the ward and completed essential maintenance of the Walter Taylor Bridge 5 days ahead of schedule. We also witnessed the Moggle Road corridor upgrade drawing closer to being finished. I also supported 14 schools and UQ student events, demonstrating our ongoing commitment to our youth and community engagement. The highlight was introducing the Walter Taylor Community Service Award across 3 educational sectors for primary students, senior students and university residences and colleges. Looking ahead for 2025, I'm focused on delivering more for our residents with key projects including the Green Hill Reservoir upgrade, Perrin Park dog off-leash area, the Moore Park access road and upgrades to Turinga Playground Park. As mentioned earlier by the Lord Mayor, I am also saddened by the passing of Honourable John Moore AO. His contributions to our community as the Liberal member for Ryan will long be remembered. He served in various ministerial and shadow ministry portfolios throughout his 25-year of Parliament. This included Minister for Defence. I offer my sincere condolences to his wife, Johnny, and his family. I'm saddened to have missed the state funeral held today at Christ Church, St Lucia. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our Walter Taylor local businesses, community groups and all residents for their ongoing collaboration and support. Together, we have achieved so much already and I look forward to continuing this momentum throughout 2025 to keep Brisbane moving. Thank you.
Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the proposal for a mega stadium in Victoria Park, Brisbane, which means Windy Place. Before European invasion, Brisbane was an open forest of grassy fields with large eucalypt trees, blue gum, apple, box, spotted gum and ironbark, not dissimilar to the way it looks now according to expert historians. This was a meeting place for corroborees, agriculture, dancing, hunting and gathering, a place for other First Nations to visit and stay from other nations. In our early colonial history, violent attacks were perpetrated against First Nations people in the Victoria Park Barrabin. Many First Nations people were injured, killed, or forced off their land. For example, in 1846, during a gathering of some 400 Aboriginals, a party of 4 to 10 whites, led by Constable Peter Murphy, tried to apprehend Jackie, an Aboriginal resistance leader from the Lockyer region, whilst he was staying in Victoria Park. This resulted in a confrontation with the campers, who opposed Murphy's action. Several Aboriginal residents were shot, wounded, and some killed. The whole camp and its contents were burnt down, and many of the wounded fled. This is according to expert historians, Associate Professor Ray Kirkove, Professor Ben Wilson of the University of Southern Queensland. There has never been any justice for stealing this land and attacking and murdering those people. The LNP government abolished the state's truth-telling and healing inquiry to bury this state's racism. There's no treaty between this government and the First Nations people of this land, and no attempt to make things right. And now, the sacred land of Victoria Park Barrabin, the Windy Place, is under threat of a mega stadium. Lord Mayor and the LNP administration, you are fully aware of this. You consulted with First Nations elders. You recognise its immense cultural heritage significance to the Yagara and Turrbal people. You prepared master plan to rewild the park. For you to turn around and support a mega stadium on this sacred land is shameful. For context, imagine if this government proposed a mega stadium in New Farm Park or the Botanical Gardens. We know that people would be outraged, and this is the same thing. The Save Victoria Park group are angry residents who want to fight for this place, and they've got support citywide. We saw this on the weekend when hundreds of people joined a rally to protect the park. Our community across Brisbane has connected with the park, with its rolling hills and flora and fauna. It is absolutely magnificent. It's a park for everyone, and especially our First Nations people, the rightful owners of this land. This precious park was reserved for future residents of Brisbane in 1875. The developer and LNP proposal to carve it up for a stadium is disgusting. This is the largest remaining park in inner city Brisbane. It's a legacy for our children's future. Just 10 months ago, the new LNP Premier, Crisafulli, told us that there can't be new stadiums, according to the Brisbane Times. Will he break his promise to Brisbane? Will he break his promise to Queenslanders? Our community say no to a stadium in this park. The Save Victoria Park group will not stop. They will continue to ramp up and mobilise residents to stop a stadium in our precious green space. I have heard there will be delays, peaceful civil disobedience and disruption. Once lost, it's lost forever. Our community will defend it.
Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to rise today to speak about all the amazing things that have been happening on the horizon in the Wynnum Manly ward. Now, I believe at the end of last year, I left the chamber early to attend a community graduation celebration, and it was mentioned in the chamber that it's all about Wynnum. I apologise for not preparing an interpretive dance today, and I'm sorry that I missed it in person, but at least we can revisit it online whenever we like. I want to correct the narrative, song, dance or performance, that afternoon in the chamber. This is not the case. It's actually all about Manly, Manly West, Wynnum West, Lota and Wynnum. I would like to highlight a few of the exciting projects that are underway in our beautiful Bayside. So for Lota, Bayside United Football Club are so excited at the moment because they've had 3 really big things happening. First of all, after a really tough year last year and being broken into just as their new change rooms were opening, they have been successful in a Safer Suburbs grant to help with security for their club. It's really great. After having no lighting on their front field, very dim lighting actually, they are also the recipients of the Better Suburbs grant for new lighting for the club. And quite recently, they had an upgrade to the entrance to their club car park for safety, because it was really quite on a corner and very unsafe. So they are really loving life at the moment down at Bayside United. And I look forward to hosting an event there later in the year. For Manly, the new Wombat crossing along the busy waterfront pathway outside the Manly Pool has been very exciting in our area, and new flagpoles and seating for the National Servicemen Memorial at Darling Point, which they'd been asking for many years. And last year at Anzac Day, they were really happy to be able to sit while they had their service. A dog shower was just opened at the dog off-leash area beach at Manly as well. And the $2 dips have been enjoyed at the water slide again this year. My kids have been going almost weekly.
And you?
And me, yes, I have been down the slide. For Wynnum, the upgrades are on the way for the Whale Park Playground, as I discussed earlier today, and the CBD Urban Renewal Precinct Master Plan has begun its discovery phase, with the Brisbane City Council officers engaging with the landowners. I look forward to monitoring the progress of this project as the Council planning team move to stakeholder engagement with the wider community in the coming months. For Wynnum West, we opened a new playground at the Vikings Football Club, and I look forward to hosting potentially an event there later this year as well. For the whole ward, our Foreshore Master Plan will open in the coming weeks, and I've heard from many eager community members who have been bringing ideas forward to me since I was elected. I'm sure this will be a transformational opportunity for our ward and our city. We hosted the Australia Day Brekkie at George Clayton Park with over 2,500 people. Fantastic. It was a wonderful morning, and the water slides were a welcomed addition, and yes, I went on that one. We thank the many dedicated volunteers and businesses who supported this community event to make sure it was so successful. As you can see, we have a lot going on down the Bayside, and I will welcome any of the councillors in the chamber with open arms to come down and see what it's all about. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise just to speak on the CEO and the Lord Mayor. And I'll start by just saying to the CEO, I appreciate that she's come down today to participate in this meeting. When Colin Jensen started as CEO, he would turn up for an hour or so and then leave. And about 4 or 5 years into his term, he just stopped coming altogether. And Jude Munro did come for budget and so forth. So it's good that you're here to see what's happening. I would like to put on the record a couple of things. Firstly, the Lord Mayor doesn't attend council meetings other than for a small portion of his own report. It's not uncommon for him not to participate in these meetings whatsoever. I think it's probably a big part of why things went so wrong for the Deputy Mayor last year, because unfortunately she was left here on her own and it would get a bit out of control. So I'm not sure how it's going to run under Councillor Cunningham, but perhaps things will improve. But what I do want to say is I hope you have listened to us today. I know that I've spoken not about brand new shiny things. There are the odd thing in Tennyson Ward, and we are rich with community groups and parks, some of the oldest in Australia. We are rich with volunteers, we are rich with events, you know, all of those things. But the maintenance in this city has dropped to a standard that is appalling. You can't get the grass mowed, you can't get the trees picked up. Footpaths are crumbling across the city, roads are in terrible shape. And it is a product of the LNP's restructure of the operational part of council several years ago, their failure to be able to administer a budget to deliver on what they promise. They then cut and roll projects over. The failure to have enough staff to manage and deliver projects, the failure of their leadership to actually be able to deliver. Councillor Hutton's shock at the fact that there were still trees down in Tennyson Ward today was obvious to everybody. So how is it, and insisted none of the 180 trees that were down across the city were in Tennyson Ward, there'd be at least 20. So I don't I don't know what's going on. Well, I do know these people have driven service delivery into the ground with their pork barrelling and partisan politicalship in this city, and it is hurting the residents of Brisbane. I urge you to look carefully at raising maintenance and delivery standards across the city as part of your tenure as CEO. I hope that you will see that you are here to serve the people of Brisbane, and you will do that with equity and fairness. And I look forward to our discussion in a few weeks. Finally, just briefly on the Lord Mayor. I support Councillor Chong Wa's concerns and the Victoria Park, Save the Victoria Park group. I've spoken with Sue and others, and I am appalled at the way that this administration have backed that project, both through former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, through this Lord Mayor, and it is horrific that one of the oldest parks in the city will be carved up for development. Now, the Lord Mayor of this city has done something shocking, I think. We had an extensive debate in this chamber, and this council voted for an Olympics plan, voted for the Olympics, and I was here, not everyone was, and it was a difficult debate that we had. I wasn't sure what I was going to do till right up to the end, and I almost am at a point where I regret voting yes, because we agreed to a plan for this city that said there would be a new stadium at Albion. The land was put aside for that purpose. Since then, there's been a free-for-all at George Street, there's been a free-for-all here at Council, and Victoria Park is at risk, and worse still, just a couple of weeks ago, the Lord Mayor sent a letter off to the 100-day review supporting the Gabba again. Supporting the Gabba rebuild. Now, I know that Councillor Cunningham's had a foot in both camps on this, and she proclaims to her local community that she doesn't support the Gabba project, but here she is, elected as the Deputy Mayor, supporting the Lord Mayor, who has written in black and white that he supports the Gabba. So what is this Lord Mayor doing? He has a position on behalf of our city that says the stadium will be Albion. He barely mentions it. You wouldn't think. He's been all over the Gabba and all over Victoria Park. Save our parks, save our schools and leave the stadium
Councillor
at Albion.
Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak very briefly about the storm that happened on the 16th of January and just to pass on our gratitude and thanks to our incredible employees. So they did an incredible job. They did 120 rapid damage assessments straight up and made sure that we could put the resources where we needed to get the eastern suburbs back up and running. There were some significant trees down, and I really want to put on record just my thanks to the 202 council employees who played a critical role in the clean-up efforts. They were from the various groups, including the arboriculture team, natural environments and parks in PSO. They were the first to sites, and they removed a lot of debris and made sure these sites were safe. We then had the PPI and the CARS team who undertook the rapid damage assessments and then helped plan the days after. Our waste and resource recovery teams also did an amazing job opening our RRCs to arrange special support for our elderly and infirmed residents, and of course our safety and maintenance teams as well. So a big, big thank you. Thank you to the leadership team, and thank you to our CEO for your leadership during this time. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in general business on two items. The first one being the Stage 5 North Brisbane Bikeway, and the second one, the 86 South Brisbane Kurilpa route. I'll speak briefly, quickly on the first item. It's really important to note that the initial realignment has designs from 2018. That's 7 years ago. And so while there is undeniably support that councillors finally, councillor at a local level, at a state and a federal level, are finally supportive of Stage 5. What is incredibly concerning, especially about those petitions and the responses to the petition, is what we believe will be the delay in that delivery. There has already been, a 6-7 year delay for those deliveries. We know that there are designs from 2018 for the delivery of the Stage 5 North Brisbane Bikeway. We know there is a lack of transparency with what's happened in the past 6-7 years. And we also recognise that if we wanted to, council could make the choice to fund that bikeway and start works immediately. This is why the Greens said no to those 2 petitions, because we do not believe the responses to these petitions go far enough to demonstrate our actual support for Stage 5 of this North Brisbane Bikeway. It's really important to also recognise that in that time that has passed, what have we done? We've actually made cycling, biking, more dangerous for over 6 years. And that's a true shame, because this bikeway, the Stage 5, which has long been promised, long been awaited, had a lot of consultation, had a lot of designs, is a really important link for the northern suburbs. Secondly, I'm going to speak to the 86, because under our really democratic laws, we don't get to debate them. I'm going to try to speak as briefly as I can. Firstly, I want to make sure that I say that I stand here in front of residents, not just the chambers, in both frustration and determination. Frustration at the decision that's been made by the LNP Council, but in determination to continue fighting for what we know is right for our community and for the thousands of people that use the South Brisbane Loop. The 86 bus is not just a transportation mode, it's a lifeline that connects people across the Gabba ward and beyond. It is a bus that ensures workers get to their jobs on time. It is a bus that gets children to school, and it is a bus that helps people reach places that they love in West End and South Brisbane. It's also a bus that ensures that seniors in our community remain connected, providing them with mobility and engagement to the city that they love and call home. Over the past 2 years, the 86 Kurilpa bus has become a cornerstone of our neighbourhoods. It has woven itself into the fabric of these communities, becoming a vital service. And despite the overwhelming success, and it was a success of the trial, no matter how many times it is mentioned it wasn't a trial, there is evidence. I've submitted it already to council. We can see through it. It was a trial and it was successful. Despite the growing number of residents, workers, students, and despite the families who rely on this service every day, the LNP Council, under this Lord Mayor, who is not here, has chosen to proceed its cancellation. And the question is why? But of course, it's about decision making, and the decision has been made. The LNP Council has decided to ignore the voices of residents, commuters, and families who are directly impacted. That petition had 1,179 signatures, 1,179 people whose voices called to council to say, hey, please consider this. This is a bus that wasn't even important enough for this council to apply for funding at a state government level. That is the letdown that these residents are experiencing. And despite the support for this bus route, despite many parents on the first day of school contacting me and being like, what? This LNP Council has continued to cancel. But let me be clear, this decision will not be forgotten and it will not be forgiven. The thousands of seniors, workers, families and residents of Kurilpa will remember the betrayal of this council. And I can assure you that I will neither forgive or forget, because I will not stop fighting to bring back the 86.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to address a rather curious question raised earlier in today's meeting about the Inclusive Brisbane Plan. To be clear, it has not been scaled back. The full title of the plan is A City for Everyone, Inclusive Brisbane Plan 2019 to 2029. I'll repeat that, 2019 to 2029. It's a 10-year plan. We are in year 6 of that 10-year plan, and we have already delivered so much to make Brisbane more inclusive and accessible, and we continue to deliver new initiatives and improvements all the time. Just like the Brisbane Metro, the most accessible bus in the country. The Metro's unique features are well beyond required standards, making this kind of mass transit travel possible for some people for the very first time. Each vehicle has 3 mobility bays in the first passenger compartment and 10 priority seats, which are both above and beyond the federal government's requirements. It's equipped with an automated on-request ramp and a low-floor design to assist boarding for passengers with mobility requirements. By working together with the accessibility community and their advocates, we have been able to achieve a vehicle that will provide independence, dignity and choice for everyone. That is what we do. Accessibility and inclusivity is now embedded in everything we do and within every part of council. Every new project we deliver is accessible, and that is thanks to the vision of this Shrinner Council. In 2012, we launched the first ever Access and Inclusion Plan. We were the first ever administration to deliver any sort of real plan to address accessibility in this city. Since then, the Shrinner Council has invested more than $230 million to make Brisbane more accessible, connected and inclusive. Our buses and city cats are now wheelchair and pram accessible. We delivered more than 7 accessible aqua play facilities and more than 40 all-ability playgrounds. We rolled out the first ever accessible adult changing facilities in the history of this council, and so many of our pools now have ramps and features that have opened doors to allow more people to enjoy our pools. Events are more accessible and inclusive than ever before, like our Lord Mayor's Christmas carols, which have accessible viewing platforms, Auslan interpretation, a dedicated Auslan area, low sensory zones, haptic vests and wristbands for the hearing impaired and captions on screen. We support amazing events like Ability Fest, which is delivered by people with disability for the whole community to enjoy. Madam Chair, Brisbane has undergone a complete accessibility transformation under the stewardship of this Shrinner Council, and we are proud to continue delivering on our commitment to make sure that Brisbane is a city for everyone, a city where everyone feels they belong, regardless of age, ability or background.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on, well, there's 3 items I wanted to speak to you about tonight. One is about a passing of one of our great community leaders, also one of our great schools and the achievements that they've had, and then the TEP Festival. But I'm going to start with the passing of one of our great community leaders, and I'll probably use up my 5 minutes, which is all we get now. We used to get 10. 5 minutes to speak about Rangi Ross, who passed away about a week or so ago at the age of 94. He was New Zealand. She was born in New Zealand, but he and Val, his wife, they came to Australia some 40-odd years ago and settled in this place we call Brisbane, specifically in Inala. Now, if you ask the community who Rangi was, some would say, oh, he's the Lions guy. Or others would say, no, he's the community legal centre guy. No, he's the ambulance committee guy, right? Or he's the bluefin guy, right? He was all those. And this is why he was so beloved, because he involved himself deeply into the community that he lived. Now, he and his wife Val were a team, and whatever Rangi did, Val did. She may not have had the titles that Rangi had, and mostly, and of course, Rangi just didn't get involved with a community group and then just be one of the numbers. He sought and he was recognized for his leadership, and they wanted him to be. To undertake that leadership in that particular community group. So all those community groups I just mentioned, well, he was either president, vice president for those groups all at the same time. And he worked full time as well. Matter of fact, he worked up until he was 80 years of age, driving a bus for St. John's College. Right? Now, there's not too many people, and he'd still be driving it if they hadn't sort of say, well, you can't drive anymore. You know, you're too old. So he had to retire from that, and he loved those kids, and their kids loved him, of course. But But, you know, I got to know him when I became a lion myself in '93, and he was instrumental in generating the next club nearest Inala, and that was Forest Lake. So he was a guiding lion for the new club, and even though he'd only been in Lions himself probably about 7 or 8 years at that stage, he was a builder. And we all have those. We probably, if you think about it, we all have those in our wards. Those type of people that are builders, right? Well, he was builder. He did it probably more than anyone else I can think of in the Inala area over the time that he lived and worked and volunteered. He didn't like to be made a fuss of. When they actually named a hall after him that was recently built a few years ago next to Richland Z State School, he didn't want to borrow it. He says, "No, you're not going to name a hall after me. There's plenty of other people that should be named after that's done more than me." Well, honestly, there probably isn't. And he will be greatly missed by the people of my Lions Club, the Inala Lions Club, the Bluefin Fishing Club, the Ambulance Committee, the Legal Center. You know, when they started with the Legal Center, they had 3 lawyers and an admin person. They ended up, at the end, we were told during his memorial, they have now 11 lawyers and have 3 or 4 admin people just to try to keep up with the business. He built that along with the other committee members over the years. So he was a real builder, and I'd just like to pay tribute to the work that Rangi Rice did. Never forgot New Zealand either. He was across that ditch at least once a year, if not twice a year, because he had plenty of family over there. They had plenty of family over here, and it was really great to catch up with his brother, his sister. They have good DNA. They live a long time, and with the time that they're given, they really make the most of it. And I just want to pay tribute to him and what he was able to do for the community of Inala. And I knew I was going to take up the 5 minutes just talking about Rangi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. He sounds like an exceptional man. Any further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Sorry. Side to side.
Sorry. Councillor, I didn't see you standing up there.
Yes.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just rise also to reiterate, as Councillor Hutton mentioned earlier in general business and has been mentioned earlier today, there were some very severe storms that came through over the Christmas break, and as the Lord Mayor mentioned, they just missed it in Carindale near where he was, but I could assure you Carina Heights did not miss it, as you would have all seen on the news and the social media. There were some significantly large trees. I can't imagine the type of wind that went through that small tunnel that it followed through, some of those gum trees that would have taken 2 people to put your arms around them that snapped in half, and just some very, very large trees sitting in wet ground that just literally fell over. I have to say thank you so very, very much to the officers. Councillor Hutton, I was out on the ground as soon as it was safe to do so, and there were many of them driving around already, tape up, making sure that they were making it as safe as possible as soon as they could. I know that many of those calls came in through the Carina Heights, and I know that within 48 hours that most of those trees had been dealt with, if not moved away, been made safe, and then were taken down and removed within the next few days as well. So what can I say to the entire team, and that includes the CEO, who I think had been on deck for about 4 days, who called with the manager, Kristen Booth, kept me up to date the entire time. It was absolutely outstanding work, and it was amazing how fast Carina Heights looked like nothing had happened. I'm sure some of the residents don't feel like that, that is for sure. It will take a while to recover for some, but I just want to thank the team on the amazing work that they did.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I can keep it very brief for dinner. I just wanted to quickly thank all of the council officers and international relations team involved with organising Bris Asia Festival's launch, which happened in Willawong this Friday. It's right between my ward and Steve's ward as well. And to be honest, I was so impressed. I'd never seen anything like that from City Council, and I was so shocked because it was essentially the whole young Asian nightlife scene. There were literally rappers there. They were rapping grime. Never thought I'd see that. There were luxury luxury cars, and it was actually also organised by a local resident who goes by the stage name Chong Ali, who also rapped that night as well. So I wanted to give him a massive shout out for the great work that he did there. People were really excited, and I've never seen that level of engagement before. I'm certainly very excited to host something similar, hopefully later this year. But also there was Lamarck, the restaurant that I'm sure everyone knows very well, that had the Chong Ali special versus the Law sandwich, which is the local boxer. So that was very exciting to see. It was very funny. But as part of Bris Asia Festival as well, this Friday I've been invited to the big Fork Theatre in the Valley with the cast Marcus, Victor, Anne, Janet, Himali, and I believe it's Monica to come along as a guest speaker. And I think they'll be giving me a light roasting and doing some fun comedy about my life as a Bris Asian. So very excited for this wonderful festival, and I really applaud the team for working on something that I think should be supported every year.
Are there any further speakers? Councillors, that now concludes this meeting, and as it will take some time to reset everything, I do suggest we now go to dinner for 1 hour. I'll see you back here for the next meeting.